recording. I don't even know what to call it these days. It's basically not... I mean, it is a live stream, but, like, that's not what I use it for, so it's weird to call it the live stream because then it's misleading and people might think, oh, he streams mostly on YouTube or something. Anyway, hi, Skittle. Howdy. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. It's a day. I think I'm going to continue this painting. I've decided... Just now? No, not just now. I actually kind of knew last stream that I wanted to work on it again. I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was... There's some things I don't like about it, and I don't really know what the direction I want to take it. But we will see. Also, am I lagging? I don't know. Maybe. My computer is not loading some things. We can pause that. I feel like there's a chance that I am lagging. I don't know. It might be doing the weird thing from last stream where it's like doing the wibbly wobbly, the old shaky not like the whole thing is like having its moment. It's like stuttering kind of. I can't tell. I think it's I don't know. But the YouTube side of things is not loading for me. Huh. What if I refresh? F5. That'll do the trick, surely. Seems fine connection-wise. All right, that's good. Hope the week off is off to a good start. It is off to a good start. You know, I think so. It's good today. I barely had to work today. I went to work and did not much work, and then I came home because I didn't have much work to do, and I'm like, all right, that's cool. That's kind of how things go on some Mondays. Mondays tend to be pretty hit or miss for me, and this was a weird in-between case. So yeah, it's like I kind of got me up and started my day, but it wasn't much actual work to do, so it was nice. Hello, Rachel, how's it going? Okay, so my issue with this painting is it has a few conflicting perspective issues. So this obviously looks like, I'm just going to talk through my diagnosis. So this obviously is a hill of some sort, right? It can't possibly be flat. Flat would look like that or something, or even less, right? It would look like that probably. That's just, or like this. It's not, obviously this has to be uphill, right? I'm not going to change the perspective to make everything go up. Like, that would be weird. I guess I could, right? I could move all of this. I don't even know how to do this. I can move like all of this up or something, and then this would go like that. And that could look like... Anyway, I don't want it flat. I actually like the idea of it being a hill. But because it's a hill, this line here, at least this is my diagnosis, that line here is weird. Because then it doesn't really make this feel like a hill, because this is also going down, right? Whereas I think if it went more vertical, and these, you know, these things being vertical, I think that would give the illusion... I actually don't know. I feel like these should be a little bit more square. I'm actually thinking about maybe trying to get rid of the trees altogether and put like rocks here. And then I can play around with the rocks, you know, going in the distance or something like that. That way it's like there's a ledge. I don't know what I want to do, but I kind of like it. I kind of like the rocks. I also think if I do put rocks, maybe I can put like a rock ledge here. I mean, the trees are cool, but it's also kind of... I don't know. I haven't quite figured out. I think this is the route that I want to go, though, because with the trees... I mean, the trees are cool, aren't they? But they're only right here is my issue, I think. You're doing well, Rachiana. Glad to hear it. I think my issue is that the trees are only here. And so it kind of is like this... I don't know. It's not bad, I guess. I mean, I guess the trees are technically also up here. I don't know. I have some playing around to do with this, I think. Also, I'm kind of curious if I can remember or if I can find Did I save the... I don't know if I saved the mump crunch. I said it again. The map crunch. I don't know if I saved the map crunch website or the link to this. So I thought I did. Because I don't have the reference anymore. And not that I needed a ton, but it was nice for the trees because the trees that existed in the actual scene were this kind of tree. So it made sense to like use the same reference because one, it has the same trees, but also two, it has the same lighting and like everything fits, right? You're not gonna get like a wildly different type of like color to the greenery and the trees than you would in the ground. OMG, this is so beautiful. I love the color so far. Aw, thank you, Vex Jester. I appreciate it. I'm liking it too, and that's why I want to continue it today. I really want to... Hi, Joe. Wait. I'm waiting. Where are you? Where am I? Oh, Why, I don't know. That is a good question. Let me turn on the... There we go. There I am. Hi. I actually didn't know what you were gonna say, and I'm like, all right, I'm waiting, and yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Thanks for letting me know the camera was off. The webcam. Joe's Adventure to the Void. Yes. The Void and Back by Bilbo Baggins. No, I think this painting's gonna be fun. It might be a little slow today. Today might just be like a noodle stream. Sort of noodling on a painting. Not necessarily making it better, just changing it to my liking. You know, little things like this rock is one weird tangents. It's also quite a big rock for curving the form like this. Like, you know, maybe we don't need that. Maybe we can bring it down here and split it up into multiple rocks. And also not have it be in a giant tangent. I mean, some tangents are okay, I think. Is this for anything in particular, or just painting to paint? This is just painting to paint. So it started off, this painting started off as a map crunch, what do you call it? Like a map crunch study. And so I started with doing a little quick sketch based on the colors. I like the flowers. There are some flowers in the original map crunch area. So this was the original location. Well, this is a painting of the original location. But I like the flowers. I like the colors. And then I took it and I basically used this as like a ground texture, kind of, or ground color palette, as a reference for this. And then this was from more or less imagination. And then I added these rocks, and then I went and gathered some more references for the rocks because I didn't know, I wanted to make them a little lighter and do some stuff. So, but yeah, so this is sort of the I don't know if you want to call it like an applied study or indirect referencing. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. But this is my painting. This is the direct reference. And then this is what we're doing. And now I'm just working on it more. Fiddling around with some of the rocks, the ground. Yeah, it's fun. I think this is closer to the way that I would work if I were doing like I don't know, like a commission or something. Or like an illustration where there's very direct like mood board references and I can do a lot of research and planning ahead of time, and where the prompt's a little bit more direct, I can then I could do some mini studies of things that I like based on the thing that, you know, similar to what I would be painting. That way I can make sure I incorporate things like if I was going to do like, you know, an old ruined castle, I'd probably find some rubble or something that is like appealing and then I would do like a rubble study, and then I would use the colors, or maybe not the colors, but like for sure some of the textures and patterns in that study to like apply to my actual painting, you know? That way there's sort of a... It starts off with like a base where the direction is a bit more clear. So I don't... Yeah, painting... The whole term painting from imagination, I feel like is so like if you use it like most artists use it, you're basically just mean like this place doesn't exist, you know? But if you use it in a way that a non-artist use it, it makes it sound like you're not using references, and that's like not true at all. It's one of those things where it's like it is what it is. It's just like a social phenomenon. We kind of rambled about this last stream, but it's just like words, different people in different communities using words differently, but it's the same words just used differently. And so there's all this weird like what one person assumes you mean when you say one thing versus what another one is going to assume you mean when you say that same thing. It might be completely different, and not everybody's always on the same page with like common language and stuff. And yeah, so I've been trying to avoid using the term painting from imagination and just putting imaginative painting, which I know is like the same thing, but that's borrowing from like James Gurney's book Imaginative Realism, basically just calling it imaginative paintings as opposed to painting from imagination, because I feel like from imagination implies like I painted from reference or from as if those are like analogous, right? Anyway, so yeah. I'm curious, what do you think about that, Vex Jester? Like, when you say from imagination, what I assume you just mean, like, what I'm calling imaginative painting, right? It's from your imagination in the sense that the place doesn't exist, but not a lack of reference. I don't know. I'm always curious. I assume that everybody on Twitch is more or less going to be on the same page, because most people on Twitch viewing art are artists in some capacity. But I don't really ever know. I'm just sipping my tea for a moment. I think today's going to be a very chill day. Also, did I ever start? Oh, I did. Oh, hello! Omi, how's it going? I think today I am the first one in the YouTube comment section. You are the first. You know what? You're normally like one of two people, Omi, in the YouTube comment section. But yes, sorry. Also, I don't know if I wasn't very quick to see your chat. So I apologize if I kind of ignored that for a moment. But yes, hello, Omi. Hope you're doing well today. Hello there, Rosie. How's it going? Okay, let's try some stuff. I'm just gonna... So when I'm at this stage in a painting, it's always hard for me to kind of allow myself to like take a step back. You know what I mean? It's hard to like go back in and erase things. Like, do I bring this down? But I want to get better at being more free with like a paint over. Doing like my own paint over. How's the hedgehog sheep? On pins and needles. Wait. Hedgehog sleep. Oh, how does a hedgehog sleep? I read it as sheep. I was like, I don't understand the sheep part. But yes, sleep. Yes, it sleeps on pins and... Gotcha. Also, speaking of hedgehogs, okay, I've got a question for you, Lynx. I know that was just a joke, but maybe you know more about hedgehogs than I do. So when I was a teenager, my older brother, who is about 5 years older than me, he had a hedgehog. He got one, and it was super cute. And the hedgehog like spines or whatever you want to call them were not pointy whatsoever. They were like, I mean, they were kind not they you couldn't possibly hurt yourself on them, right? Like they were not sharp. They were like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something like a very rounded. I mean, they were. Let me draw it. What? As I have this thing in front of me that I can draw on. Like, instead of being like this, right? Like a needle, they were like this, right? They were kind of rounded. And they had a lot of them. And they were kind of like, if you were to put your hand on it, it would be like bumpy, kind of, right? Like, the texture was not like, oh, I'm gonna prick myself on the hedgehog. Are all hedgehogs like that or not? Because I was reading a book the other day, and it described a hedgehog like pointy, like you could stab someone with it. I'm like, do you mean porcupine? Because I don't like my I have a sample size of 1 here, but my one experience with the hedgehog is not that you could poke yourself, right? It was not like person got impaled by a hedgehog. It was, you know, it was slightly uncomfortable, you know, like it just was weird. It was a weird description in a book. It jumped out to me because, yeah, like referencing pins and needles. Like a porcupine can like, they have like quills, right? Like they can like straight up quill you and you get these things stuck in you. So I'm curious. Maybe we need to ask Casey Snow or do a Google search because I don't. But now that I'm wondering on stream, I'm too lazy to Google search. But I don't know. Now I'm just curious because I feel like I'm going crazy hearing so many things in just a short period of time, referring to hedgehogs as like super pokey. But maybe they are. Maybe we just had a very specific breed of hedgehog. Or maybe we were bamboozled and it wasn't actually a hedgehog at all. Wouldn't that be a... No, I'm pretty sure. It definitely was a hedgehog. But yeah, maybe I will never figure out this mystery. You want to share with you an artwork you've done after our conversation. Oh, I'd love to see. I would love to see, Rosie. Share. You don't even have to ask. You can just share. It's like if you've ever... This goes for anyone. If you've ever been here before, so if you're hearing this message today, you are more than welcome to share. Just drop a link to whatever you've been working on. You know, don't like drop 10 links in a day or something, but like if you want to, if it's a new stream and you just popped in, want to say hello and share what you've been working on, feel free. You don't ever even have to ask. You can just be like, here's what I've been working on. I'm always happy to see what people... Actually, I just... This was just a conversation, or a comment I had, or I left on Reddit today, about this very thing. Is like, one of the things I love about Twitch is that, like, from stream to stream, you can kind of see people's, like, progress in what they were doing. You can sort of... You know, it's fun to see people constantly share what they've been working on, because it just makes it feel... It's such a better place for that kind of vibe, I think, than, like, Instagram or social media, like, other social medias, right? Because, to me, there's the assumption that we're all, like, working on stuff live, and it's not like, here's artwork from a year ago, can I share? Like, I mean, you could share that, but it's much more interesting to see what you're actually currently working on, whether it's a work in progress, maybe it's a finished piece. But yeah, no, Vexjester, it doesn't have to be a finished piece. I mean, if you're comfortable sharing unfinished work, you're more than welcome to. But I also understand that it can be a little nerve-wracking to share unfinished work. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to just make a new layer. I'm going to do like a paint over here. I'm going to add some bigger stones. But not the whole stones, just little bits of them. This may not look great, but I just want to see what would happen. So some of this may not work as trees anymore. So I'm going to erase them. These may not work very well, but we'll see. What if these were also dark? So like these were in shadow. See, this might work better. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around with it. That's why I'm painting on a new layer, just to paint straight over. Can you take a look at your work in art chat? Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look. Art. No, I love it, Rosie. I think you did a really good job. I like it a lot. You have a very clear, defined form. You got some nice foreground, well, pretty nice foreground, mid-ground, background. I like the colors. I think they work really well. I like it. I think this is really nice. Good desert environment. I feel like you've started playing with shape quite a bit, which I think is pretty neat. I do wonder if some of like the clouds and stuff, and you know, composition-wise, there's some interesting things that I wonder if you could fiddle with. But I like it. I think, I mean, yeah, it's nice. This is very cool. I also really like the attention to like the darker blue above, then it goes to a gradient down below. It's very like the thing that I'm not doing here, where like you have a darker blue up here and then it goes gradient into like a lighter blue, which is much more realistic and believable. It's just a nice, it's yeah. It's kind of chaotic. Yeah, some of the shapes are a little I don't know. I don't know. I always feel like I never know the right words, and I don't want to make it sound insulting. Because overall, it's really, really nice. But yeah, some of the shapes of like the rocks and stuff feel a little chicken scratchy. Where instead of like, you have a lot of like super jagged, almost like teeth kinda, just like the shapes are very... I mean, the jagged nature is okay, but I think it gets a little bit too chicken scratchy in some places. Whereas, like, instead of using more, like, you know, big shapes and small shapes, and then another big shape, you know, it's almost like small shape, small shape, small shape. Lots of little jaggeds. I don't know. But I do wonder there. And then on the clouds, you have some points where, like, the top of the rock is, like, here or something, and then you have the clouds just like pointing right at the rocks in both sides. So like here's the two clouds, and in both cases they're like right up against it, and I feel like, you know, moving some further away or having some overlap entirely might be a nice thing to do. That way there's, you know, it feels like the cloud's passing behind, or something where it's not, they're not just like going right up to the edge and like kissing it, kinda, because that's like I've heard some artists talk about, because I do this too, so this isn't like a you problem specifically, but some artists, myself included, at some point in our art, I don't know, journey, career, we do this thing where it's like shapes are afraid of each other. It'll be like I'm baking a cloud and I'll be afraid to like paint behind these shapes. So I'll make the cloud go like this. And every shape will have like this little gap between it where they're like not quite touching, because I'm like afraid to make things overlap. And that's like a common mistake, kind of, I think, that a lot of people have. And it's not just there, but it'll be like, oh, I'm making trees, right? And my trees are all go like this, right to the edge of the rocks. And none of them go past, right? Or, you know, they aren't small. They're all like, you know, you paint right up to the edge where you can. I mean, that's, I mean, even something like this could maybe be argued as that, like this purple line here, where like, I'm not, there's no lost shapes going around the edges or anything. But anyway, always something to... So interesting that the teachers last time said needs more chaos, and now a lot of chaos going on. Well, I don't think the issue is that there's too much chaos. I think it's more... And also, and again, I don't know what the teacher meant last time, but I think I mentioned that my best guess at what the teacher meant last time, because you were in like a very early stage, right? And I think in the very early stages, like in sketches and in composition, a lot of chaos is a good thing, especially with like movement and mark making. But I feel like for the places where you have made, because like I feel like there's a, I don't know how to put this. I'm gonna try to put this into words. But I think there are, like, you can have a chaotic, like, I don't even know if chaos is the right word, but, like, you can have, like, a very loose, gestural, imprecise, and, like, kind of messy approach to something that kind of has, like, a mood. But that's different than, like... How do I word it? Like, I guess... Like, when I think of, like, chicken scratch art, you know, like, when people are making their lines very chicken scratchy, I don't really think of that as chaotic, right? Because it's like, it seems like the goal was to do a very specific thing, right? Like, I'm gonna make a circle, right? And so their circle ends up being, like, this, right? I don't know if I would call this chaotic. This feels more like frantic, kind of. Like, you can have chaos in your circles, and, like, you can have... You know, you can have a shape that is decidedly a circle, or you can have lots of circles, and maybe overall it's chaotic, but I think the circles themselves don't have to be chaotic, but the whole, like, compositionally you can have, like, I don't know the best way to describe, because, like, I think, to me, this is almost like someone's trying to be precise, but it's coming off as chaos. This might be imprecise chaos, where it's like you're just drawing lots of circles, right? And so it's almost like in an individual object, I feel like it could be nice and smooth, right? If you wanted to make like a, I don't know, whatever this shape is, maybe it's a tree, and maybe you make another tree over here or something. Or a rock. Maybe these are rocks, right? And then you have something else back here and here. Like, these are imprecise, right? I made big sweeping shapes. There's, you know, I don't care if my points cross. But I think that's different than, like, going in and being like, you know, and, like, trying to make this shape. This feels like I tried to make it perfect, but it still came off as, like, chicken scratchy. You know what I mean? And I think there's a time for, like, the loose, quick stuff, and it can be a bit messy, and then there's a time for precise, but this feels like you're adding chaos to the precision, and this feels like you're not. I don't know. Maybe that's not a great way to describe it. I probably am wrong there. Because the only places, funny enough, like when I guess, like, again, I just want to keep going over, I want to keep restating this, because, like, Rosie, I think that your art is awesome. I think it's great, and I love seeing it, and thank you very much for sharing. But yeah, for some reason, the most chaotic parts of it feel like the parts you were trying to be the most precise. Which I don't know if that's true, but that's just, like, the vibe I get. And I'm curious if that's because of, like, of that way of working. I don't know. I mean, I probably do this too, right? So I'm probably doing some projecting here, Like, a lot of times the things that I can notice in other people's work are like things that I personally do or have done. And so if there's ever a moment where it feels like I'm nitpicking something unnecessarily, I might just be projecting my own issues onto your art. So, yeah. So what you are thinking is that if I create chaos on purpose, well, I think also I think so. I think it's less about chaos, but I think if you're gonna have chaos, let's just call it for lack of a better word, in your art, I feel like early on, like what I suspect your teacher was saying, just to repeat myself again, I don't think they were saying that like I think it was like a here and now in this very moment. Chaos is not the thing we're aiming for, or chaos is the thing we're aiming for. I think once you get to later stages of the painting, you start to like wrangle in that chaos, right? You start to make choices and start defining the shapes, right? But I think early on in like a really gestural or compositional stage, you're just sketching, maybe you're sketching from life, but you're trying to do like a 10-minute sketch, or like a 5-minute sketch. There's gonna be a lot of chaos. There's gonna be a lot of imprecise lines. Maybe there's some contour lines that are just like thrown in there. If you're sketching like a mountain or something, maybe you add some lines like this, and they're chaotic. Oh, this also, why is this, right? They're chaotic in the sense that like what are these lines, right? I don't know. What are these? These are like contour lines. But there is a point where I might go in here and be like, you know what? I don't like this shape at all. Let's start actually defining it, right? And this is where I'm removing some of that chaos to plan my shape. But I'm not there yet, right? In the early planning, I'm really just trying to do like the initial sketch. You know what I mean? And so if I have a little bit of chaos, that's fine. Maybe these are stairs. And so it's not about being perfect in this stage. Maybe, again, more stairs. Right? So you could just kind of quickly sketch. But again, the precision happens later, and that's when I would clean up the chaos. But I think in your initial sketch, being free and letting yourself, like, make mistakes. And I think some of that is a good sign in this stage, right? Sometimes if you're too precise in this stage, that's where it's gonna feel stiff, and maybe your shapes aren't as good. And also this looks probably a little chicken scratchy too, but I don't know if that makes sense. So I think it's more about different stages. It's not about objectively like, should it be chaotic? Should it be loose? Should it be, precision? I don't think it matters if it's precise or not, or if it's loose or not. I think it's more about like how does it, like, what is the purpose of the, because I think there's something that happens, how do you say your name? Anxietus, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. I am doing well. Anyway, I'm leaving. See you later. Likeson, take care. I think there's a thing that happens in our brain when we refine stuff that is in like edit mode. So maybe this is a way to describe it. So you have like the what do you call it? Like a spitball stage, or that's a weird term, but like the brainstorm. Right? You have like the brainstorm stage, and then you have like the edit stage, right? I feel like when you're in this stage, this is like when you're dumping the stuff on the page, right? You're going fast, you're making mistakes, you're trying things out. It's a little bit chaotic, and that's okay. I think when you're still in this stage, you don't want to go into edit mode, and I think sometimes when you're too precise, it looks like you're in edit mode, right? And maybe you're not. Maybe that's just the way you draw with like pinpoint precision. Although I don't think that's what's happening in your art. I don't know, maybe. But I think when you're in edit mode, you're thinking about different things. You're not you start thinking about details as opposed to like big picture stuff, right? When you're in brainstorm stage, you know, it's like the composition stage and you're sketching out the big ideas, right? Once you start saying, you know, like I might be saying, oh, what if I had a bunch of trees back here? Once you start saying, oh, I need to make this tree just like this with little needles up here, I think you've lost the plot, right? Like you're now in edit mode. Well, maybe not. Depends on how you work, right? But you might feel like you're in edit mode when you haven't even planned out like where are your trees, right? And you might get to the point where you've done all of your paintings and then you're like, "Oh, wait. I have all these weird tangents like right up against my page." Like that's the stuff kind of that you're in, you know, in some ways the planning stage, that's when you'll see it. You'll be like, "Oh, what if these things are smaller here?" There's maybe a bigger one that goes off the page, and then these, or like maybe one like this, and then maybe a small one, and then a big one, right? That way you can kind of avoid, and then you can go over and start editing and being precise. And I think it's good to have that way of, I mean, not everybody has to work the same way, obviously, but I think it's good to have that way of working because, or like whatever you know, however you work in your brainstorm stage is fine, obviously. But I think it's important to understand that, like, when you're in edit mode, you're kind of zoomed in, right? You're thinking about specifics. You're thinking about it's a different level of, it's a different like scale, right? It might not literally be zoomed in, but it's, I'm sure there's an analogy in there somewhere. It's, you kind of, I mean, in some ways, I'm doing the same. I'm guilty of this in my own painting. Right? Because I'm like repainting stuff after I've already spent time rendering a little bit. Maybe the main reason is I'm kind of new to the lasso tool and to drawing using values and shapes only, so I can't fully control the lines. Yeah, it could be that. It could be that. But I think, I mean, I guess it also depends on what your goal was, and I should have just asked that straight out of the gate. What was this supposed to be more of a sketch or like a finished painting? And like what is, because I do really like this. In fact, also now I'm even noticing the shadows on your piece. I think are really nice, especially the cast shadow of the two rocks. But yeah, I like it. Lemon Cat. Ooh, this turned out nicely, Joe. I love the cliffy rocks, and happy Monday, everyone. Thank you. I'm moderately happy with it. I liked it enough to continue it, but I'm kind of at the stage where like I want to paint over some stuff and just keep going because I'm not super happy with it, and I think I could be. I feel like there's more I can get out of it. Whether it's more in the sense of like educational value of like me learning stuff. Yeah, I think there's just more I could get out of it. And also I think I could just make it look nicer, you know? But yeah, Rosie, I don't think it's probably super important to worry too much about like, you know, even just what I just said with like the chaos versus precision or whatever. I don't think that's super important. I think whatever you're doing, I think you are obviously on the right, like, I feel like even since last time, I feel like that I've seen your work, like I really like this, and I think you've probably improved quite a bit. So whatever you're doing is working. So keep doing it. I really like how there's a cliff and then the plain pathway and then another cliff for trees. Yeah, it's kind of fun stair-steppy thing in like a little, I don't know. I've always liked that stuff in environments. It can make it feel like there's a bit of a, yeah, a bit of a path, but it also gives it a bit of landform. It's not just a random path in the field, you know? I might make this, though, a little bit less pathy. Is that a word? Or I could make the path go up here. I don't think I will. But I kind of want to put some sort of, like, landform up here. With these rocks, like, have broken down, maybe. I don't know. I can't quite decide if I want, like, a consistent path here or not. Because if I put a consistent path... I think you mean, Omi says, I think you should maybe add some animals like sheep or horses or something. That could be fun. It would be kind of neat to do some, like, little animals or something in here. Maybe grazing, like, or maybe like a deer, you know, chilling here. However deers look. This is totally how I draw a deer. In one brush stroke. What am I drawing? This is the deer. This is so, because I'm on the wrong layer and I want to be able to edit it. Totally how I draw deer. Here we go. A deer sitting here. Maybe. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I think I could, yeah, or a buffalo or something. I could totally add something like that. I think I'm going to do that a little later. Joe, do you keep a sketchbook or are you mostly digital? I am mostly digital, although I do have a sketchbook. Although I have been failing to sketch in it lately. But yeah. So my traditional sketchbook tends to be more like a journal in a way. Not one that I write in, but like I oftentimes like keep it kind of next to like next to places or like around places that are not my computer. Because if I'm at my computer and I have an idea, I will literally open up a notepad and type in my idea. Or if I'm, you know, if I want to open up Clip Studio Paint and sketch, or I'll just sketch the idea. But if I have an idea and I'm not at my computer, that's where my sketchbook comes in. Because then I can like sketch out a composition idea if I'm thinking about art and it, you know, I decide something pops into my head that would be fun. I can do like a quick little doodle or scribble. And it's more of a scribble. It's not really a sketch. It's not really a thing that would ever be worth showing anyone. It's more for myself to like hope I don't forget my own idea kind of thing. But I do have a sketchbook, but I don't use it a ton. Not as much as I should. I definitely should use it more. And occasionally I'll do little, like, study type things in it, where I might just be like, you know, I'll sketch something around my apartment, just that's there. I mean, my apartment's tiny. It's basically like it's a studio, so it's like a single room. So if I'm, like, laying in bed or sitting on my bed doing my, like, daily Duolingo and Wordles and all that, sometimes I'll like, oh, I'll open up my sketchbook and do like a 5 or 10 minute like drawing of a thing in my apartment or something, like just little stuff like that to, you know, try to get my line drawing down or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty basic. So in some ways I wanted to answer your question by saying no, I don't keep a sketchbook, but I technically do. Okay, let's close that art. So I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Because there's a lot of options. So I could also play with... Also, where did my chat go? There we go. So I could play with shapes here a little bit. I don't really know how. I could play with shape and do like cracks in here or something. Or maybe this whole thing. Maybe little cracks in the rocks. I still have one reference here that I can look at, which is nice. And I'm just trying to find like patterns. Like I'm seeing little shapes down here, which are nice, like down at the bottoms of things. So here I can show you this reference I have. Maybe I can show you. Let's put it on my screen. This. So like there's these little rocks here that are like these white rocks. And they're useful because I can, if I zoom in, right, there's some, you can kind of see how, like, there's a little grainy, but, like, they aren't in, like, full walls. But I could probably put them as, like, if I were to zoom in and treat them as, like, a big wall. Some of these rock patterns are kind of neat. And I kind of want to use some of that, but I'm not quite sure how I want to do it. Like, I don't know if I want, like, the jagged teeth-looking rocks that some of these have. Obviously, I'm not going to put the light everywhere, because that doesn't make sense in this painting, but there's also, like, small rocks down at the bottom, and so maybe I do put a lot of these small rocks down here. Could even come in and make it a little brighter. So I put some of these small rocks down here. Because a lot of times there's very small rocks, like, that fall down these cliff faces. And then same here, right? I'd want to put some of these rocks here that have fallen down over time. So I'm not quite sure how I would want to do that. But that's the thing I'm going to play with. But first, I gotta figure out how I want to do it, because I don't know. See, I'm still not even sure if I like the trees better. I mean, in some ways the trees are neater, but this makes it feel more realistic, I think, or peaceful, maybe. Maybe those aren't conflicting ideas, but I don't know. I think if you anyhow can add a cave, and that would be kind of crazy. That would be pretty cool. I don't know if that's the route I want to go. But yeah, some sort of cave here. Actually, I did think about that just yesterday when I was thinking about this painting and what I want to do to it. I actually did think about adding a cave in here. I don't think I'm going to go that route. I've kind of decided against it. But it would be cool. The only problem I have with changing a painting like this, especially when it's just for myself at this stage, too much like that, is a lot of times by changing the content of the painting, like the subject matter or like what the point, like what is it about. If I were to add a cave, that would be basically making it about the cave. And that's where I start getting into this sort of like I feel like it would be a bad practice for me to change what a painting is about and not rework parts of the composition. I think that is, it feels irresponsible of me. Because I think a painting, the composition can play into the story and like what it is about. Making choices early on affect that. Like the overall darkness and the overall lightness of a painting, how you set it up, your vantage point, right? Like, I think everything affects it. And so I always feel a little weird, like, completely changing a thing. Like, what if I added, you know, dragons burning these things down? And, ooh, what if I added fire down here, right? Like, suddenly this is a painting about dragons and fire. And, like, do I need most of the painting to be taken up by this path? Well, no, because that's not what this painting's about anymore, right? Like, we've changed that. And so once you start adding things like a cave, it feels like this is a painting about the cave. And maybe I should have made it, you know, relative in the painting larger so I can focus on that. And if I want a path leading up, maybe I should have led the path in a way that is not, you know, like you know what I mean? Like, I just sometimes feel that if I'm gonna change a painting, like do a 180, I should just start over. That's basically what I'm saying. Svesta, how's it going? Add an aeroplane. Yeah, add a helicopter. Art by Svesta, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. Actually, it hasn't been that long. I think we were literally... I saw you just the other day. I think you either raided in or I raided somewhere where you were. But yeah, hope you're doing well. But yeah, this painting is fun. I'm really enjoying it. It's pretty chill. It's the reason I'm working on a day 2 on a painting. It's kind of noodling around. Yeah, I'm having a good time with it. I'm a little bit unsure. What am I doing? I'm a little bit unsure with what I want, the direction I want to go, because I initially had trees here. And so I've kind of deleted the trees. I don't know if that was a good choice. It's hard to tell because, like, I've removed so much darkness from the painting because the trees were very dark that I feel like now I need to add in, like, you know, more dark shadows and stuff, which is not hard to do. You're always lurking about even if you don't see you. That's alright. A pro lurker. No, I appreciate it. Thanks for the lurks. But yeah, something like, I don't know. I think once I get some of these darker shadows in here again, also I don't know why I'm using a dark blue as opposed to another dark color. I think we could go dark red or something. But like, I think once I get some of these dark shapes in here, these dark shadows, I think it'll bring back in that darkness that I lost. But I do like the dark ledge there. It's kind of nice. I'm also unsure if I want to make like an actual ledge, you know? Maybe I want like a ledge up here. And then these could be pushed further back up here. Almost like there's another ledge just like this one, right? So this is a ledge, this is another ledge up here. I think that might be the route I go. Look at just a giant wall. But yeah, always appreciate the lurking. Comp choices can be so tricks. They can be. And then maybe if we do that, this could be more of a sheer ledge up here. Something like that. Yeah, they can be tricky. It's also like, I mean, I honestly think one of the biggest struggles here is that I haven't made enough choices. And so when I'm making these composition issues, it's like, do I do this thing or this thing that's totally different? If I knew the direction I wanted to go, this would not be as hard, right? Like, if I knew that this had to be trees, you know, if this was like me getting an assignment or something, and like, you know, there had to be a row of trees here, and it had to be a certain you know, a certain environment based on a real place, or like, you know what I mean? Like, the more I knew about it, it would just, those choices would kind of fall into place because they'd be limiting them for me. But because it's so open-ended and like I can literally do anything, right? I could add a helicopter if I wanted. Not that I would, but I could. It's like, well, now I have to figure out the direction I want to go in real time. Like, that's the struggle. It's almost not actually a composition problem. It's like a direction problem that's being disguised as a composition problem. Like, I don't know what to do with the composition because I don't know what to do with the painting, you know? That's sort of how I feel. And then if the composition problem is too big of a change, or if the story problem is too big, like if my direction changes too much, then I feel like I need to start over, kind of like I was explaining just a moment ago. So I feel like I'm somewhat restricted because I don't want to start over, and so I can't take it in a completely different direction. Um, but it needs to be so it's like okay. I mean, a good artist would just start over and they'd make those choices. They would realize the problems they're having from the start and then start over with they'd make that choice and then they would just work it out. Um, but yeah, this is it is it's also fun. Like I think this is a good like as much as I don't like working like this sometimes, there's also part of me that does like working like this. Because I think it sort of I think it makes you better at a certain type of problem solving. And in fact, I would even argue that like from a as somebody who draws a lot of random crap on stream, kind of making it up as I go, I think this kind of problem solving helps that. It helps you come up with ideas because the ideas themselves are the solutions to a problem, right? Like, oh, I have a very dark, like sometimes when I'm doing a thumbnail and I have like a very dark blue gray painting and maybe there's a bit of, I don't know, bright pink in here. And I'm like, okay, well, what is this? It's like I'm trying to already solve a problem of like, how can I use these colors and some of the shapes that I'm making in a way that already fit together? And so it's like I'm already giving myself these constraints and trying to work within them, I think is good because it sort of flexes that muscle. There's like that brain muscle that you're using of having some random bits of information and you need to find a solution that works with all of them. And by forcing those random constraints on yourself, you are going through that process. Now, I don't think it's an ideal process. I don't think you always want to be in this mode where you have to like pick up your own mistakes or clean up after yourself. Or I don't know what the best analogy is there, but I still think it's a useful skill to have. I just don't think you should always do it for every painting. Like if it's if it's professional work or something, you probably don't want to be reworking your painting after you've submitted your final sketches or something and then being like, oh, whoops, I had to change things. Like you want to be able to deliver the thing that you guys agreed on. Feels like a road you'd walk along before you get ambushed by some goblins, because of course it does feel like that. And see, that's the kind of thing where like somebody mentioned earlier, like what if you added a some animals in there, some sheep, and then somebody's like, oh, what about some buffalo? And I'm like, oh, maybe a deer. But like that, what you just said right there, that solves the problem, hypothetically, of like what we could add, right? This feels like a road you might get ambushed on by some goblins. Well, that's a thing we could put in here. We could totally put goblins, right? Like, or maybe you think it's a road that it feels like there are sheep walking along or grazing in the grass. Well, then you could also put sheep. But like that kind of thinking where like your solution aligns with the thing that already exists, and so you have to like put that into word. I think that's a super good way of doing it, where you. I mean, I work this way a lot, right? Where like I'll have a certain color vibe or like certain colors on the page, greens, or maybe it'll be like a very blue scene and it'll feel like it's nighttime, and I'll be like, oh, there's like, this feels like you're stargazing under the northern lights or something. Well, this one doesn't, but maybe it feels like that, right? And so I will, put a person, or maybe then that will make me decide to put little stars up here, right? And then I kind of push the painting in that direction, and maybe, and then eventually it kind of works, or at least I hope it does. And if it works, it's because, at least to me, it's because of that way of thinking, where it's like, what does it feel like let's nudge it in that direction because it's already doing that thing, right? If it already feels like a night sky, adding some stars is only going to help it, right? It's not going to take away from the fact it feels like a night sky, right? If it feels like you're going to get ambushed by goblins and you see a little goblin around the corner, that's only going to help that effect. And so that sort of, that feeling of making it, ooh, this feels like the thing it is. I don't know a better way to explain it. And sometimes it bothers me when artists talk about what the painting wants, but I think that's basically what that is, right? When someone says the painting wants the thing, or like the painting is going in its own direction, as if the painting has some mind of its own. No, I think it's you are thinking about how the painting makes you feel, and then you're adding the thing that the painting, you're coming up with a solution that builds on that feeling, right? And so it feels like the painting is pulling you in that direction, but I think it's, but you can still have a lot of control over it if you're better at like tapping into that feeling and coming up with solutions, I think. Hello on YouTube, we got another person viewing or chatting. Trustfall Arts, how's it going? Oh my gosh, your art is gorgeous. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Omi says, I think that it would be cool to add a voicing at the very end, making sketches of his pet dog. Yeah, I mean, I think that kind of thing is always, yeah. I mean, I think any of those sort of like add a character standing on the ledge or add a horse. I mean, I think I'll probably add something for scale, some sort of character, some animal, something. Could be a person sitting. What they're doing, I don't know. Maybe it'll be a cat, a friend and a cat or something. I don't know. But yeah, we could do something like that. Before the blue was added, it made me think of a floating lantern being released. Yeah, okay, that's perfect, right? Because then we could have gone in that direction, right? Like a floating lantern being released. Well, okay, I can't go back that far. And so maybe you continue those shapes of like, what if these were lanterns? And what if we put, you know, little orange lights in them? And then it's like, oh, well, you know, an inevitable question comes up from time to time whenever I'm painting on these. It's like, how do you choose your colors? It's like, well, kind of the same way, right? You're like, well, what does this painting make me think of? Or what does it make me feel in some ways? And then it's like, well, what if I leaned into that? And a lot of times the answer that you have, especially if it has a color in it, you know, like, oh, this looks like a spooky forest. What if there was a person walking through with a torch? Well, maybe you don't have orange in your painting, but if it looked like a spooky forest and you could imagine a person walking through the torch, it's probably going to add to that mood, right? Like I think that color-wise, it's probably going to work. Not always, of course. There's still got to be color theory in there. You can't just add any color, you know, just slap every color in there. Unless you go with every color, then it starts being like a rainbowy and it can actually work again. I don't know. But I feel like more often than not, if you mix colors, especially if like lighting, I think once you have lighting in your painting, like a torch that's affecting other things around it, it almost doesn't matter what color you put in. Because like if you wanted a purple here, you wouldn't add a purple like that because it's a purple at night, right? So it might be very dark purple or something. And then if you added a orange torch, it would light that purple even more. And so you might get like a, you know, another color. And it might eventually read as purple, but it's not going to be the same purple that you started out with, right? Like it's going to change over time. And so there's, I don't know. Anyway, I'm not actually going to work on this painting, but that was just my example of like kind of building on my own ideas as I work. That doesn't look like a lantern anymore. I don't know what I'm painting. Anyway, let's go back. Let's go back. So yeah, I'm trying to make this feel like a giant rock wall in the foreground now. I've decided that this is going to come in the front. Just kind of poke out here. These should probably be nice large shapes. I'm still not totally sure what's going on with the lighting. I kind of feel like the light is coming from like this direction. So maybe this stuff's in shadow. But then I don't want all that in shadow, so maybe I put more light over here. And then more shadow over here. I don't need to make the shadows perfect. In fact, I'm actually... We talked about this just a few days ago, or there was this article I read. It was published in the journal Nature, but it was about using art as like the framework or the starting point kind of for neuroscience of like how figuring out like around it was about like human perception and how people see things, and a lot of the stuff that artists obviously know, like when you learn to observe things and pay attention, a lot of the stuff that we pay attention to is like, what makes something read as the thing, right? So like the form, the shadows, the consistent perspective, right? And like, but a lot of these things aren't, what we assume is important isn't always important. And it was kind of like, and it was basically trying to like assess like how much are these things important and to what degrees. And so some of the things were like, what makes a material look transparent? How important is like the shape of a shadow, right? And like turns out like shadow shapes are surprisingly unimportant. Like our brains don't even notice if they're wrong really, unless they're standing out for other reasons. Like if everything looks consistent except the shape is wrong, you probably won't notice. Like it's not that important. And some things like, I don't know, like there's a lot anyway. It was a really interesting article because it was sort of, I like the bit on shadows because I've always felt that shadows weren't that important, and just having it kind of like reaffirm my view is like, you know what, I there's part of me that really wants to get the shadow correct here, but also do I really? And so it's like, I can embrace my inner laziness and feel justified doing it. And like, does the lighting need to be perfect? No, I can add a random cloud overhead. It can cast a shadow somewhere. That's fine. And so yeah, I'm not too picky about that. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like how to do this foreground thing. I guess I can just have a lot of these same dark values that I have in here. So like little patches of shadow and grass and stuff down here. I know this is very dark. This might be too dark. I don't think it'll be too dark, because I can lighten this stuff up with like light coming in. But yeah, trying to make these rocks look kind of organic is gonna be a challenge, I think. Because I also want them to be an interesting design. Or maybe they should just go straight up the ledge here. Oh, I didn't mean to turn off the camera. But yeah, I hope everyone's day is going good today. What? Oh, what? I mean, this part here, I feel like... Oh, you guys can't see... That was weird. You couldn't see my mouse. My mouse disappears on my screen. Like here, it's here. But if I... Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I feel like I want large rocks or something, like large rock shapes, but I also kind of want this to feel like these rocks are interesting. In some ways, these are like a secondary focal point, right? Because they're kind of in the foreground. So maybe like these shapes are just a bit more interesting. Because my goal here is to make these feel like they're a bit organic, you know? Like they're actually, they could be real rocks. And then the rest of these are, you know, I don't need them to be quite that, like, quite the same. Also, my chat went away. Omi on YouTube says, I want to buy a new graphics tablet, but I have my budget light. Will you recommend me some good? I can't really recommend good tablets because I've only used like 2 tablets in my life. But from my experience with talking to other artists and my own personal experience is that nowadays most tablets are pretty solid. I rarely come in. I mean, I can't remember the last time someone said like, "Oh, this tablet that has pressure sensitivity is so bad, it just doesn't work at all." You know, what a terrible brand. I just haven't heard people say that in years. Like nowadays, like pretty much every tablet, so long as it has the basics for what you need, like pressure sensitivity, and it can plug into the device you want to use it on, it's probably good enough. Like I don't think you need to spend a lot of money. You know, obviously there's personal preference, like do you have a screen or not? But even that it's not going to affect your art. I don't think it matters. I mean, Huion is really good if you're on a budget. I think Huion's really good, or at least it has been really good. I know, obviously, Wacom is an old favorite, but honestly, I think nowadays other brands are just as good. That's my personal take. I don't know. I can't recommend anything specific because I've only used 2 tablets in my entire life. I just don't know the market well enough. But from word of mouth and interacting with other artists, it doesn't seem like there's any correlation between, you know, quality and even price, and also quality and quality of art, or price and quality of art. Like I don't think that it's basically just preference. I don't know. That's my take. So sorry, Omi, I can't really help you, but find something affordable. Don't spend too much if you can't afford it, and I think you'll be fine. But if you're doing digital tablets for drawing, just in general, and if somebody is listening to this and hasn't ever had a digital tablet, the only thing I really think is important for digital painting is to have pressure. You need pressure sensitivity, so pretty much all graphics tablets will advertise how much pressure sensitivity they have, or how many levels of sensitivity or whatever. Basically, if you press lightly, it makes a light stroke, and if you press hard, it can make a dark stroke. It's basically like how you shade, if you want to shade something, or if you want to, you know, line weight. If you have a brush that has a lot of line weight, where, you know, small brush into a big brush, and various, you know, thicknesses, and you know, thin brushes with a big chunky line, you know, so you can do like a thick line here followed by a very, very light small line, and so you can get this line weight when you draw. I think that's really useful and is really important, and that's the only thing I think is absolutely necessary in a digital tablet. Does it have this capability? If it does, I think you're good. Nepoka says, that's interesting about the shadow shapes. I remember hearing you kind of only need to capture details in the light, but I think this was in portraits. But yeah, I still haven't figured out how to make use of it in my doodles. So I don't think it's about details in the shadows, because I think that in some ways, my hot take is that it's not even a hot take. We've actually talked about this before too. We've talked about a lot of art things before. But I think when it comes to like where you put details, to me, that's more about like, that feels almost like a photography problem of like, or how you set up your canvas, or like your approach to the paint, and what your subject matter is. Like, I think if you're painting a subject matter in the shadows, then you're gonna need enough light in the shadows to actually paint it, right? And so you're gonna render the shadows. But that might mean, and this is where the photography thing comes in, like if you were taking a photograph of something in the shadows, that probably means you're letting a lot of light come in, which is going to overexpose your lights, right? Because you're letting all that light come in. And so in order to see in the shadows with a camera, your light is going to be blown out of proportion, or it's going to be extra bright, and you're going to lose a lot of detail, right? And so, but if your subject matter is in the light, you probably don't want a lot of light to come in, right? Because you need to see the light. If you let too much come in, it's going to blow it out, and so you need to like limit the amount of light coming in. And so if you're taking a photo of something in the light, your shadows are going to get really dark for that reason. Now, that's obviously in art, you can do both, right? You can make your lights detailed and your shadows detailed. But I think if you want it to sort of have that like photo feel, or like a kind of, I don't know, I think of it as natural. It feels natural to me. I'm obviously, cameras aren't totally natural, but you know what I mean? Like it has I like the feeling of picking your side of like, do I focus on the lights or do I focus on the darks? I think that's a nice feeling. I'm not totally doing it here. Right here, it's kind of both. And so this is like kind of in the middle. Now, I could make a choice, especially since I haven't gone crazy with rendering. You know, I could make a choice to like darken up my shadows a bit if I wanted and focus on the light. I could also, you know, make my brights a little bit brighter. Maybe I want to come up here with like a bright and lighten everything in the light. And then my shadows will get all the juicy details. Like, I could kind of push it whichever way I want. There isn't really so this isn't really about shadows, like the shape of the shadows. It's more about what do you want to expose the light to, or where, you know, how much do you want to think about where your detail lies. And again, you have choices, right? It's not one way or the other. This is a artistic choice you can make. You can also tackle shadows totally differently. Some people do drawings that have almost non-existent shadows, right? Sometimes the shadows are so light, you know, they're just like hardly even a difference in value between the color itself, you know, between like this object and this. It's like almost the same value. And that's fine too, right? Like, just different choices. It kind of depends on what you're doing. I think the key here is consistency. You know, if I make this shadow totally black, you know, this one's totally black, and then this one has a bunch of light in it, I'm going to be like, what's happening? This doesn't make any sense. Or if I have this amount of light in the shadow, but then this shadow is really, really dark, it's going to feel funny because it's going to look like, you know, an oil spill or something, because this is not the darkness of the shadow, right? This is the darkness of the shadow. Like, we can see it through context. And so this dark shadow is going to look it's not going to look like a shadow. It's going to look like paint. Or burn or something, you know, it's like a burnt ground or something. It's literal black ground. And that's going to look different. And so a lot of shadows, I think, is contextual. And it's kind of based on the choices you make in your painting, you know, structurally, like, you know, like a photographer makes, right? How much exposure, all that stuff. And of course, yeah. Yeah. Omi says, do you think that I would face any difficulty switching from making art physically to digitally because I've never done it? Yeah, I think you will face difficulty switching mediums like that from traditional to digital. But not in a bad way. I just think that digital has a lot of, like, the thing about digital is you just have a lot of buttons. There's a lot of random stuff. You know, here, I'll show you. There's, like, drop-down menus and random settings, and, like, you know, if you click a tool, there's, like, 5 more tools, and if you click one of them, you can go into the settings, and there's drop-down menus with settings and tools to change stuff, like, it can be kind of overwhelming. You know, when it comes to color, especially in digital, you have this entire color wheel, and there's every color possible, and so if you're inexperienced with color theory, you can start getting out of control colors real quick, where your painting just looks super digital, and you're not quite sure how to fix your colors. So digital is hard, but a lot of mediums are hard. But you also have things like undos, so I think it'll always take getting used to. I think switching to digital is tough. Getting familiar with an art program is by far the biggest hurdle, I think, to digital. And again, I don't really think it matters which art program you use. You could use Krita, which is free. You could use Photoshop, which is not free. Quite the opposite. You could use Clip Studio Paint, which is somewhere in the middle. And like, you know, there's lots of programs you could use, and they're all perfectly adequate, right? You can paint nice stuff on all of them. It's more about how you use your tools than what the tools are. And again, for a beginner, I don't think it matters, because you're gonna... In fact, I would actually advise away from something like Photoshop, which might be seen as more professional by some. But I would actually, if you're beginning, I almost would advise against it, because it just does so many things and it has so many tools in it that it can be even more overwhelming. Whereas I think a program that's more built for painting, like maybe Procreate or something, would be a good first, you know, a first paint program for people, because it does what it's advertised as doing. It's not trying to do everything. So I think that's where I would land on that kind of thing. But I think in general, you know, just go in knowing that it'll take some getting used to, and treat it slow. You know, I think you're already off to a head start in some ways compared to a lot of people, because you're here and you're watching someone paint in a digital program. So if I'm using a word like, oh, let's add some color dodge or an overlay, and then you can kind of see what happens when I add like this teal on an overlay layer. And so you're probably kind of aware of what digital can do. And so even if you don't know how to do it, you probably have a sense of what it can do. And so you can at least do a Google search. If if you're like, how do I make, what's that tool called color dodge, and how do I use it? You could Google how to use color dodge, and then you could watch a video, right? So like, you probably know enough to like get started pretty easily. It's still gonna be rough though. Like, it's not gonna be a walk in the park if you've never painted digitally, but you'll be fine. I say jump right in, give it a go, start cheap. Cheap cost, I mean, don't need to spend a ton. I don't know, that's my advice. If anyone has differing advice or doesn't agree with my advice, please throw in the other opinions, because I don't know. My opinion is not no better or worse than, in my opinion, than it might be worse, but it's no better in my opinion than anyone else's. So if anyone has experience painting digitally and thinks that what I'm saying is a bunch of hogwash, then chime in and be like, I actually think it does matter a lot. But I recently got the Canvas Pro 19 as your first tablet, says Vossi or Voss Vossi. Still have yet to crack at it. Oh, you haven't even used it yet, but great reviews. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, go with one that's in a great review. I mean, again, if you can afford it, like I said, I don't think it really matters. So if you get one that people are saying good things about, you're more than gonna be fine, right? Unless it's like a defective product, but then again, that's not an issue with that's more of like a manufacturing or shipping issue probably, and not because of your choice. So yeah, when in doubt, just look for a good review. But yeah, I don't think it really matters too much. Vossi says, I have new sketchbook syndrome, intimidated to get started, and CSP is a bit overwhelming. Yeah, I mean, digital in general just has a lot of buttons. Luckily, I think a basic tutorial, which there's a lot of on YouTube, to do like line work, you know, if you like to draw with lines, you know, basically if you're used to drawing with pencil, you know, you can draw in lines, you can color, you can shade, you know, you can start doing this kind of thing. You know, maybe make a lighter color, maybe not, maybe you're just stick to lines, you know, you literally white background. You know, you have one brush, very little settings, you just do some shading. You know, you use lines however you want to draw your lines. I'm just drawing shapes here, but like, you know, if all you're doing is drawing little lines and stuff, or doing line work and, you know, drawing just like you would, I think you could get set up in this and very, very, very quickly, right? You could do this in a, you know, because you already know how to use lines, right? And so you're not really using tools for this. But if you want to get into like painting, then it becomes more nightmarish, I think. If you want to get into, you know, using color and coloring your lines, suddenly you're talking about layers and different stuff that's a little more foreign if you haven't painted digitally before. And so, you know, there's the varying degrees of difficulty, I think, for digital. But if all you want to do is open up your program and pick some different brushes, you know, they have different settings. Some are going to have some texture. Some have pressure sensitivity. You know, play around with pressures and play around with brushes, make marks. You know, my big thing is I think it's important to know how to control, like, brush size. You know, figure out the hotkeys and controls for those. Figuring out basic, like, how to move your canvas when you're painting. That's probably pretty important. Hello, iBiscuit. How's it going? Knowing how to move your canvas is important, I think, because, you know, zoom in, zoom out. And outside of that, like, I don't really use much. And I think I'm on the low end of tools to use. A lot of artists are highly technical when it comes to their digital programs. I'm pretty much painting on one layer. I do use a lot of hotkeys, though, so, like, it's technical in the sense that I'm very comfortable with it, so I can paint, like, kind of at the speed of, like, that I would think in a way. You know, if I want to switch a tool like this, I can make a lasso tool and quickly switch to my brush and fill it in and invert it. And, like, I am pretty proficient in that way, so I can do a lot quite quickly, but I'm the total number of tools that I'm using is very low. And I think you can do quite a bit with pretty simple digital tools. You know, this thing has, like, you know, hotkeys to switch between brushes, which I don't use. It has different, like, layer management stuff, and it has animation and vector. I don't use any of that. So yeah, it definitely can be overwhelming, but I think there's also ways to use it very simply, and I think in some ways I think personally, it's good to learn to use it simply first before you dive more into the complex stuff. Otherwise, you might end up, like, relying on... Like, for example, if you've never learned how to paint a gradient and you rely purely on gradient tools, I think you'll be a little bit limited. Or if you never learn how to, like, color pick things and put down color and you only rely on overlay modes and color dodge to add your color or other things, like, or color layers, I think it can be a bit limiting. I think it's nice to learn how to do it kind of longhand first, and then you can use the shortcuts later, but that way you're not feeling like you're required to use the shortcuts. Because digital has a lot of, like, 2-in-1 tools. Basically all of, like, the layer modes are, like, 2-in-1 tools. So, you know, overlay is not just putting color on your canvas, right? It can put color on your canvas and darken your image. Or it can put color on your canvas and lighten your image, right? And so a lot of times, if you use something like overlay as your primary coloring method, which is probably okay sometimes, you can fall into this trap where, like, you suddenly don't have control over the darkness of your painting, or you don't have good control over your saturation of your colors because it's making everything more and more saturated, right? And so learning how to, you know, some basic color theory, how to put color on your canvas without those tools is really useful, because then it helps you kind of wrangle your... It just makes it a little more manageable, I think, especially for a beginner. So that's my big advice, is just paint simply. Paint one layer mostly at the start. Actually, it's not that's not even really my advice. My advice is just play around. Play with the tools, get a feel for what it can do. If that's watching videos, watch videos. Try to understand the limits or the potential of a program. That was one thing that I did a lot and that got me into digital painting, was I just watched a lot of essentially streamers. They weren't actually streamers. It was almost like a podcast. It was a Google Hangout recording. It's called Level Up. It was a really cool video series. I think they still exist. No, they don't exist, but they're on YouTube. Does this work? That's not a command. I think there's a link in here. But that one of the ways that I learned digital was through this YouTube series called Level Up, and it's Level Up Sessions. And basically they were interviews with a whole bunch of different artists, and each of these artists painted in mostly Photoshop, but some used different programs. And because they basically all used similar programs, but they were all digital, but they all painted differently. They used different tools. They had different workflows. So I kind of got to see the full range of what the programs had to offer, so that by the time I actually started painting, if I didn't know how to do something, but I knew the program could do it, I at least knew where to start looking, right? They weren't teaching me how to use things like color dodge or multiply layers or whatever, but I knew that those tools existed, so I could do a Google search, and I kind of knew what they were called. I started learning some of the lingo around the digital tools. So just having watched people paint using digital for me was a big help. And I think that's one of the benefits of Twitch is that you can ask, what's that tool that does this thing? How do I add a perspective grid? I know it's possible. I've seen others do it, but I just can't find it, and I don't know what it's called, That's where asking people on Twitch can be really useful, because someone's going to know. So yeah. Ibiscuit says, digital has felt overwhelming for me every time I try to learn, but it'd be nice in addition to traditional. Yeah, that's another way you can do it. Also, like, some people like the stepping stone method, where you draw digitally and then you scan it into the computer, and you learn to color digitally. But then you don't have to worry about figuring out how to make nice line work digitally. Like, you can use them in combination. Some people like to finish their paintings, they like to do traditional work, but they can acknowledge the nice brainstorm aspect of digital. So they do a lot of the early stage sketching and planning and color adjusting and stuff in digital, and then they go back to digital, and now they have a roadmap, right? And there's different ways of working. You can do like a mix. Some people will do like a digital sketch and literally print it out, and then they'll do a trace over traditional, and then they'll do their painting there. Like, there's so many ways of working, and none of it's wrong or right. It's kind of a do what you want kind of thing. That's how art is, right? I think that works. Maybe this is like a little peek here. But yeah, I don't think there really is a good way around like the sort of user friendliness of digital, other than maybe like programs that are just more user friendly, like Procreate. But I think really the real thing is just you just gotta spend time in it, familiarize yourself with it over time. It's almost like learning a language in a way, where you just gotta sort of be around it enough, look at it enough, experiment with it enough, and eventually you kind of forget that you didn't know how to use it, and then you just can start using it better. And you know, also like don't get too complacent. You know, if you do learn how a tool works, slowly try to add to your tool set, right? Slowly try to, and this is something I don't actually do enough, but like, you know, slowly go through the menus and like, what does the magic wand do? And figure that out. And then you learn what that tool does and how to use it. And you find a way that works for you of how to use it. Um, and then maybe you don't actually want to use the magic wand tool, but at least you've used it enough to know that if you ever come across a situation where it would be useful, that you know how to use it, you know? And then you just, you know, every week or so, you just add another tool and add another tool, and pretty soon, after a year or 2 years, you're like, oh, I know what everything does. How do I know? I don't know. I just clicked on it at some point and played around with it, you know? And so that's it. I think it's that attitude. And honestly, that's the same attitude as like I think that just makes maybe another hot take, but I think that's the attitude that just makes a good artist anyway. Like that sort of curiosity, trying to play around with stuff. You know, you're looking things up on your own. You're doing some research if you don't know something. It's, you know, this sort of having that curiosity and willingness to go in without knowing what you're doing and figuring it out and playing and testing. Like that's the same attitude that I think you need to do digital art, and it's also the same attitude that you need a little bit to learn just painting in general. So I think you'll be fine. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing. After all that, I have no idea what I'm doing. No, I'm trying to make these foreground rocks feel like rocks, and then and now I need to go back and change some of these a bit. I think I don't need to, but I want to because I want to make them feel like they're part of the same type of rock, which is a little bit more bumpy, you know, more like crevices here and there. Again, this maybe is getting a little bit into the nitty gritty of rendering, but, you know, not making all of the forms the same. I don't just want like cubes, you know, I want every rock to be a square shape in the ground, right? These like pillars, I don't want that. I do want them to feel like they're vertical, but I want them to also have, you know, bump outs and ins and, you know, kind of like this, right? You have little things, little shapes being nested. But yeah, I always enjoy conversations about like beginning and getting into art because I think it, to me, it felt like it happened very naturally. But when I actually think about it, it happened over the course of like 2 years. And the first year was me basically not painting at all. Like, you know, somebody said that they got their first tablet and still hasn't used it. That was basically me. I pretty much didn't use it. I just watched other people paint and I thought about using it. And I honestly think that was useful. I think that familiarized me with digital painting before I even started digital painting. I wasn't jumping in as a complete beginner. I was jumping in as someone who had listened to and or read things about digital painting. And so it's like, okay, I kind of have some advice of like what to do going forward. So I think that's, I don't know, that was my path. I don't think everyone has to take that same path, obviously, but I think for anything super complex, finding ways to dip your toes in is always nice. And of course, ask questions. I mean, I'm happy to answer questions about digital painting or just painting in general. Most of it has, you know, I feel like I have some knowledge of theory and stuff to where like it applies to non-digital too. Obviously, I can't answer like tool specific things like what brand of charcoal do you use? Like, I don't know. But again, I think generally those things, you know, everyone's gonna have their preferences, but I think those things generally matter less. Ooh, I like that choice I made. Made this a lot lighter. Unless maybe you're a YouTuber. I know some of those YouTubers push products hard. So they're like, this brand is the only one that works. And it's like, and I sell it on my website. I'm not hating those people too much, but also I do. I don't know. I think that the people selling tools, does that bother me less? I don't think it bothers me that much, but it bothers me more than selling like courses. I actually don't mind the people who sell courses at all. Um, as long as they're demonstrating the thing that is, you know, that they teach. um, actually, it's really cool that people can do that online. Are there good Clip Studio Paint tutorials? I don't know. I, I, I don't... Why is this trying to get me to save? Have I not saved today? I don't think I've saved today. I don't know. I don't think I've ever really watched Clip Studio tutorials specifically. I watched digital painting tutorials. I learned digital painting in Photoshop, and Clip Studio more or less has the same tools. It's just sometimes things are worded slightly different, or the, you know, the path in the menus are in a different location. You know, you don't really have brushes, you have subtools. But yeah, so I don't know of any like Clip Studio specific. There's probably like a, you know, how to set up your canvas, you know, day one Clip Studio thing, you know, that will run down like settings and which tools they use. You know, I think a lot of people who have done, I don't know, but so no, I don't really have any Clip Studio specific tutorials. It's more just general painting. And I think this probably contributes a little bit to like my attitude towards, you know, which tools do you use, which program, and you know, what tablet. Like my attitude towards all that is it kind of doesn't matter because that's kind of the way that I learned. And like I didn't learn on Clip Studio, and yet that's what I use. And so do I think you need to watch a Clip Studio tutorial? No, because I didn't feel like you know, like I felt the transition from Photoshop to Clip Studio once I had already known Photoshop. I felt it took me what 6 hours to have the workflow that I like to paint in. I had it down. So I remember the day that I got Clip Studio, I spent 6 hours the first day. Not, probably not even 6 hours. But I think I spent 6 hours, well, probably about 3 of those hours were like going through every single tool that I use. So basically what I did when I started, because I already knew Photoshop, right? But I opened up like I'll just do a new file. The first thing I did was like, I tried to hit a button. So I went, okay, I need to paint. So I'm pretending at this point I was in Photoshop. I'm like, I need to go to Paint Bucket because my canvas is blank. Crap. Where is the Paint Bucket tool? Right? Okay, well, that one's pretty easy. I click that. I click the gray. I Paint Bucketed. And I'm like, okay, now I need to go to a brush tool. So I hit B. If that doesn't change my mouse to a brush, then I have to go up in settings, find brushes. I you know, edit my preferences, you know, hotkey settings, whatever. Find the brush setting and change it to B. There, I hit B. Now I can paint. Right now I can select a color, I can draw. Okay. Great, I've drawn something. Now I want to erase. I hit my button that I thought I wanted to hit erase. Hit E. Wait, that didn't do the right button. Now I need to go up and change the setting to E to erase. And I did this for my entire process. I went through button by button. If I wanted to use the lasso tool, I hit the button that I know is lasso tool, and it did something that wasn't the lasso tool, right? And so then I had to go in and change it to lasso tool because I wanted to use the lasso tool. And then I would, you know, oh, I want to make a new layer. I hit my new layer button. Nope, that didn't do the right thing. That did something else. Gotta go in and change new layer. And a lot, that's where the time was spent, is because, like, when you go into, you know, shortcut settings and you're like, what the heck is everything called? There's all these menus. I don't, you know, you don't, at this point, you don't even know if lasso tool is called lasso tool. And so you're just looking, and then you have to, like, Google what is lasso tool called in Clip Studio. and that was basically how I learned Clip Studio. And then I rebound everything to be what I was familiar with in Photoshop. And then finally, I could get through, after 6 hours, I could get through a whole stream without ever having to, like, rebind a hotkey, because all my settings were the same. And that was what day one of me using Clip Studio looked like. And then the very next day I had a live stream and it worked. So that's basically what I did. I don't think you need to do that if you're a total beginner, because obviously you don't have a preference of, like, what is erase. I don't know what the erase hotkey is, but, you know, use the hotkey they provide, probably. I don't think they're bad. You know, I kind of have a, like, from playing, I used to play a lot of RTS video games, like real-time strategy, like Age of Empires. Wait, hold on. Zvesta says, oh my god, oh god, my clip bindings are an absolute hellscape. Yeah, I think it's useful to go over and just make it something you're comfortable with. If you're going to use lots of programs, rather than trying to have your brain store 2 sets of hotkeys, just make them the same thing, or close enough. Yeah, but trying to change all the hotkeys, the only time I think changing hotkeys is super useful. So yeah, okay. So I used to play a lot of RTS games, and I kind of have the same, I treat it the same as that, where, like, I just want to make sure stuff is somewhat efficient. Like, L in, so, okay, so the default hotkey in Age of Empires, so when you play a game, you have hand on keyboard, right? One hand, so here's a keyboard, left hand is here, right? On the keyboard. You know, these are the keys. Here's spacebar. I don't know why my keyboard's shaped that way. It's not. There we go. And then the other hand is on your mouse, right? Here's your mouse. Right? Hands on the mouse. I don't know how mouses work, right? Fingers here. This is totally how your fingers look. You know, thumb here. There, hand, right? Hands here, hands here. Okay, that's me gaming, right? When you're gaming and you have, like, you want to build a stable in Age of Empires, it's the L key. This is the hotkey you need to build a stable. This is a stupid hotkey. You are not going to move your hand halfway across your keyboard, hope that you pinpoint accuracy hit L without taking your eyes off your screen. No, you want to rebind it to something over here, right? So, like, I try to keep all of my hotkeys in here, like in this red box, you know, left side of my keyboard. That way I can reach it if I need to hit, like, shift something, right? If I have to hit shift and then reach, I can only reach so far. I don't want to, I think Skittle said one of his hotkeys was, like, up here, and he does the shift that, so he moves his hand and makes this shape with, here, he makes this shape with his pinky finger, and then his thumb is over here, and then all of his other fingers are in here, and he's doing, like, the reach in his finger to hit the buttons all at the same time. Like, that's insanity. Like, just move it somewhere where it doesn't matter, just so that you can reach it, you know. Oh god, Skittle, I know! I don't know why he's doing that. Like, why are you shift L-ing? Like, that's, or shit, no, I think he said control P. He has a control... He has a control plus P hotkey. Why? What is that? I couldn't tell you what this is if my life depended on it because I can't hit those buttons and I'm not going to use both hands. Actually, now I'm curious. Control P. Print. Apparently he uses print. I don't know. Actually, I knew the Control P was print, funny enough, from Windows. It's just like standard Windows key. But anyway. Yeah, don't do that. Or maybe it was Shift P? I don't know. So yeah, if you're finding that like it's a burden, if you're having to look down at your keyboard when you use a hotkey, maybe just change it to something else. It doesn't matter too much. You can use right control. I know you can use right control, but then that also requires you to either look down or familiar. I don't know. That's a hard thing to do, right? You can use the right hand, but it's still annoying to like have to move your hand across the keyboard and like reload. I don't know. I don't like that. But I guess this brings me to my ramble about, you know, sometimes people are like, what are your hotkeys for this? It doesn't matter. It does not matter what my hotkeys are because what you get used to is going to be personal based on what program you started with. You know, if you start in Krita and get used to Krita, your hotkeys are going to be probably Krita hotkeys. And then if you switch to CSP, just switch everything to Krita hotkeys and you're good. You know, you don't need to like make them my hotkeys. Now, I will say as somebody who talks to like the public and communicates, it is nice to know the defaults so that I can like help someone if they're like, how do I do this? And I'm like, oh, hit this button, you know? So I do try to know what the defaults are so that I can like hopefully guess at or assist people if I need to. But that's where having the same hotkeys is kind of useful. But I don't know what my hotkeys are. I mean, I have to go through them individually. You know, Control F is flip. I don't think that's the default. It might be. Z is zoom. E is erase. T is smudge. Smudge brush. Alt is obviously color picker. Yeah, I don't know. My flip is E, end. Is end. Oh, because you're left-handed. Yeah. That makes sense. Man, so wait, Zvesta, do you use your keyboard? I mean, obviously you use your keyboard, but like, you're not using like tablet buttons because that's a whole nother topic, right? Like, some people don't even use their keyboard. They have their hand on their tablet, right? No, I haven't assigned. I don't use my tablet buttons. I have maybe pressed them. I've probably pressed my tablet buttons more on accident than I have on purpose, which is a lot. I press my buttons a lot on accident. I actually should unbind all my tablet buttons, but no, I don't use tablet buttons. I've never gotten used to it. Some people do. I don't even know. I'm afraid to press them because I don't know what any of them do. But yeah, some people do. And I think, again, if you're just starting out, you probably could, right? I don't think that would be bad. I think most tablets have like 8 to 10 buttons, but there's an equivalent of like alternate modes. So like one of the buttons cycles through alternate modes. So if you needed like an alt version of a thing or control version, I think you can kind of make it work. But I think if you were just starting on, it probably wouldn't matter. But yeah, that just feels crazy to me. So I don't even use my tablet buttons. But yeah, I've always been curious about left-handed people. I mean, my brother's left-handed, but he doesn't do anything. I think he plays games and everything with his right hand on his mouse. Like, I don't think he doesn't rearrange it, right? Like, I don't know, maybe that's weird. Maybe he's a weirdo for that. And I don't know, do most lefties use their mouse on their left side? Or like, I guess drawing's different, right? Because you have to draw with your dominant hand. Oh, that's so weird. Oh, that's so strange. I never considered that. So I always just assumed that you would draw with your mouse hand, but no, you want to draw and write with your left hand, and so you have to have your oh gosh, that's I hate it already. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I'm not left-handed. I'm so sorry, Zvesta. You must have been through it to set that up. I can't. I'm just imagining myself having to like switch hands of like, oh, I gotta use my mouse. Oh, now I have to go back to the keyboard. Yeah, because see here on my keyboard, right? This is my setup. I have a tablet here, keyboard here. But I have my mouse still sitting here. So right next to me is my mouse, next to my tablet. So here's my tablet, this goes back here, and then my monitor is up here, right? So this is my monitor. So if I need, I can move over to my mouse just like this. Now I'm on mouse, right? This is mouse drawing. This is how I draw it with my mouse. Hello. And then this is back to that just seamlessly without even looking. This is back to tablet, right? So mouse drawing, tablet drawing. And I can just move back. Mouse drawing, tablet drawing, right? Very, very seamless. And so I just have my mouse sitting right here. And I can just move my hand. While, like, I can use my mouse while my tablet is, my stylus is in my fingers like this. And I'm kind of using my mouse with my middle finger like this. And I'm holding it like that. So I'm like using my middle finger and my ring finger on my mouse when I'm, if I want to switch real quick. This just says hello. Helly. What the helly? Anyway, wasn't that a meme a while back? Anyway. I mean, my whole life has basically been, oh, you're left-handed, and then me being like, it's fine, I can just do it right-handed. Gotcha. But yeah, that's, like, I thought, you know, because yeah, like, if I was left-handed, I feel like I would just learn to use the computer right-handed, right? But drawing is a different story, because there's it's like writing, right? Why would you write with your right hand if you're left-handed? You'd write with your left hand. That's probably how you grew up writing. My whole body just moves a step to the right when I switch from tablet to mouse. That's funny. But that's so because yes, the hotkeys because like keyboards aren't meant for left-handed people, right? Like I mean, keyboards have like not to draw the whole keyboard, but like there's like this whole left side of the keyboard that has like a gap here. Whoop, there's only 3 buttons, right? It has like a gap here, and then you have like this stuff, and like this is not built for your hand, for your left hand to sit comfortably. This is not, right? This is not built for your hand to sit right here. That's a chunky hand, by the way. But that's just like, it's not designed for that. And so using this, you know, with your left hand, just, that's gotta be awkward as heck. Or with your right hand, sorry. Using this with your right hand has gotta be strange. If there were mirrored keyboards, would those make sense to lefties? I mean, probably not at first. You'd have to get used to it, just like anything. I mean, heck, a mirror keyboard would work for a righty if you just used it enough. I mean, this is one of my like core beliefs of just like life is like most things like that are preferential, like even if we treat them as fact, like a lot of times it just comes down to like we've done it a lot and we've gotten used to it. You know, we would get used to it just like a left-handed person can get used to typing. Us righties would get used to if it was inverted. Like I don't think it matters. Swearing like a gangster. Oh yeah, I said what the heck? Awkward as heck. I do swear a lot, but it's not on stream. I try to keep it pretty family friendly because you never know who's watching or listening, and I don't know. I want it to be a place where anyone and everyone feels like they can just hang out and not worry about anything. I don't know. It's art. It's not. It doesn't need to be. I mean, sometimes we'll rant about politics and stuff, which obviously is, regardless of language, can be a little bit unfamily friendly, depending on the family. The world is overwhelmingly set up for right-handed men, but you can get used to it a lot. Yeah, that's true. Switching to a smaller mouse has been so much kinder on my hands. Oh, that's good. But yeah, I'm a big believer that like a lot of those things, it's really just like, yeah, it can. I mean, obviously, if something's designed for like a certain height of a person or a certain hand size or certain arm span, like obviously there can be physical like struggles for people, but like a lot of things that we do, it's just, yeah, like it was designed, like Vesta said, if it's designed for white right-handed men, like there's, I don't know, like we can change it, and yes, the white men, the right-handed men might complain, and that's fine, but like we'll get used to it because we can and other people have, so I don't know, it's not that big of a deal. That's how I feel about most things when it comes to like, oh well, I've been doing it all my life. It's like, yeah, so doesn't mean it's like the only way. I don't know. That's kind of how that's like just my like life philosophy with a lot of things, and I feel like I run into this all the time. And hotkeys and art, which tool to use, which preferences. It's just, I think a lot of that just comes down to like, I've used, the reason I like the tablets I like is because I've used them. That was the tablet I started with. The reason I like the language I speak is because it's the one I was, born or raised to speak. I don't think it's a better language. Just that's kind of my, just, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm painting. That's what I'm doing. Gonna paint. I feel like I was trying to make a point that I never made, and I don't think I need to make it. Obviously, if you get like into serious min-maxing, there's gonna be like, if you're moving your hand across your keyboard to hit a button, it's probably just inefficient at some point, and it probably is worth changing, but in general terms, I don't think it really matters. Dropped any fat beats lately? Nope. Haven't. Haven't, Mr. Big Cookie. Hope you're doing well, by the way. It's nice to have different options for sure, but I think for the most part, you just get used to what you have. Yeah. There could just be equally options for everybody. I often forget that I was going to say before getting to the point. Yeah. Oh, we're getting a raid. Wait, why did the raid give a... Oh, that's why. Hi, Ronald. I heard the follow sound and then saw the raid. I'm like, what was that? Thank you for the follow. And also, hi, Ron. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We are painting today. As if I've never painted. I've first time painting. No, we are painting. Obviously not first time painting. Yeah, no, we're painting today, which is what we always do. We're painting some environments, also what we always do. And we're just doodling. What is unique about today's stream is it's day 2 of a painting. And normally I don't spend 2 days on a painting. Lovely to raid you, my fine friend. How are you? You know the drill. Share the art. Do the art tax. It's on a cliff. It is a cliff. We've got a cliff, a rocky cliff painting. Wait, day 2. I know, day 2. What, you thought I cranked this out in 2 hours? I mean, actually, it doesn't look that different from my 2-hour paintings. It may be a little different, but yeah, no, this is day 2 of a painting. I don't normally do day 2 paintings, but you know what? I like it. Sometimes this one is just fun. It's also, I need to practice doing details or like making, maybe not even details, like just making a little bit more like polished decisions. If that's even the word. He likes the rock. I do like the rocks. Rocks are great. Or as some might say, rocks rock. I feel like some of this should be in light. But I kind of don't want to. We need a carriage falling off the cliff. You know, we've had different suggestions. We've had different animals. The thought of like goblins ambushing you. So maybe standing up here on the cliff, you know, waiting to ambush or something. Or peeking around the corner. We've had, yeah, different animals. A person sitting on a cliff. Maybe they're eating lunch, you know, eating a sandwich. They have a pet cat hanging out, checking out the view. Maybe you have some rock climbers. We could do lots of things. Looks like a native hunting ground. I don't really know what that is. Oh, Georgie. Oh, yeah, we could do Georgie. The dragon. Siren, how are you, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Ronald says, our painterly version of our Hills Biome Apex Predator. Okay, for you guys who don't know, Ronald P. Maxwell does some amazing work. So they are doing like a world building project. Is that the right way? They do a lot of world building on their stream. And one of the things that they do is they have all these biomes, all these different types of creatures and cultures and tribes and things that do they have different qualities and traits. And so depending on, what kind of creature in what kind of biome, they do these designs. And over time, they've just sort of built this world out. And if you go into their Discord, they have rows and rows and rows of like different categories of things, and in each and every one of those tabs they just have tons of art, tons of stuff that they've contributed to it, and over time it's just been this massive thing. They also have like they do like world building, like a live game on their stream, where as the game develops in this world, they add lore to it, and they design the things based on what's happening in their game. It's very cool. Ronald just is, I feel like everything Ronald does slowly builds up to this greater project. Even if I don't know everything that you've done, I'm sure you've done lots of different stuff, but it's just how everything that you seemingly do on stream all kind of contributes to the same world is super cool. I really, really like it, and this is a nice one. Yes, and this is the neat thing about having a world like that. Even if it's like, if one day you want to do an environment, right? Your world has different environments. Maybe you want to do a character. Do a character. Do a character design. If you want to do a character design and design a new, race of people or a new culture, and you want to do costume design, do that. Maybe one day you just want to paint something without doing design work, so you just lean back on a design, that you've already kind of established, but you want to do a new character, and so you just paint a character, Maybe you want to do a creature design. Maybe you want to tell a little story, so you pick a random character you've designed and set them on a story, right? Like, the possibilities are endless, because you just... maybe you want to do a study, and so you can, like, even that you could probably find something in the real world that you think is interesting that also could relate, and you could, like, everything could kind of tie back to this thing if you wanted it to. I just think it's cool. Anyway, this is a very neat... This is a predator. That is a genuinely scary apex predator, smart and ambidextrous enough to pluck the roof off your house and pick you all up and eat you like a human-sized Skittles. Yes. That apex predator is a distant evolution relative to another apex from a different biome. Oh, that's a cool way to do it. I like that. See, and then and that's another thing that I love. Is like, I mean, this is also one of those things that I think everybody loves when they notice it, especially in like movies or games where there's like little lore bits sprinkled throughout, and then you discover that like, oh, this thing is actually that other thing, and oh my gosh, and it's like there's a lot of like callbacks and self-referencing. I just it's great. I love it. Thank you for sharing, Mr. Big Cookie. I didn't properly shout you out / shout out. Not Mr. Big Cookie. What am I talking about? Ronald P. Maxwell. Did I just... I think I typed your name wrong. No, I didn't. I got it. Anyway. Yeah, Mr. Big Cookie did not raid me. But that's okay. I'm glad you're here too, Mr. Big Cookie. But Ronald, thank you for the raid and bringing your community in. You got me. I've said it now. I've got to shout you out. Yes, that's totally the rule in my stream that I totally made. All right. I am. But yeah, I'm still not totally sure on the lighting. Part of me, you know what? I'm gonna do something because this is I want to get better. Oh, not that. I want to get better at experimenting with like treating an image not as finished until it's actually finished. So what if I come in here and just treat this whole thing? So this is gonna be light. Okay, so the light's gonna come in this direction. Or maybe that direction. So maybe we can have some light here. This is in shadow. And I'm kind of adding in extra darkness here. It might get a little dark. Hopefully it doesn't. Because I don't actually want these things to be dark. I want them to be in, like, you know, a light material. I mean, that's not bad. I think the thing I'm struggling with is this right here. This part. Mr. Big Cookie says, we're basically the same, me and Ronald. Blood related, probably. You couldn't tell my stick figures apart from his anyhow. Totally. Hello! Butt Pocket. That is a name. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Hope you are well today. So yeah, I don't know if I like this a little darker like that. It's a little grayish, but again, that's fine. I'm just kind of messing around with like different... I don't think I want to make it blue. You too? Thanks. I am doing well. My day is going good so far. I'm just kind of messing around here with this painting to try and fix some maybe some value issues. Some of these could be a little lighter. Yeah, that's not bad. Little bits of greenery coming in here, sort of layering down on the shapes. Multiversal theory does seem to offer the idea that you and me in some rendition are me in some rendition of history. That's the nicest fat chance I think I've ever heard. Funny. So yeah, I think here, it would be nice to get some of this light. Let's take our color picker, pick our bright spot that we've already established is going to be a light color, and just start putting light. I think one of the things I struggle with a lot in digital, or just in painting in general, is like really getting a good sense of light and shadow and make, like adding direct light to a painting. I'm always a little too timid with it, I think. Not always, but often. And light's one of those weird things where like you need kind of an overwhelming you see the forest has calcified. Yeah, the forest has turned into, here, I can show you guys what it looked like earlier. It started as a forest, and it's turned into stone. I just thought it would be nicer, also because this kind of turned into like me having fun painting rocks. I thought, you know what? Let's just turn it mostly into rocks. I still might have some trees somewhere. But yeah. Mr. Baker said, I'm going to say goodnight. Take care, people, of the arts and the artings. Take care of yourself. And thanks for being here. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a good one, Mr. Big Cookie. Have a good night. But yeah, painting direct light like this is always hard for me because it requires a sort of a certain threshold of it requires a certain threshold of light to sort of sell the illusion that there is indeed light, right? Like you can't just put like a little bit of light, like only rim light on a few rocks. Like you need to put a sufficient amount in a consistent enough way. So like if I'm gonna have rocks here, some of these rocks are gonna need to be in light, right? And or like maybe I put additional rocks here that are more in light. And so I'm just putting some little white dots in here to kind of help sell the illusion. Trees on upper hill to hide the goblins better. True. True, true. Yeah, I mean, I think if it's a bend though, right? We have this curve here. We could have goblins hiding here or here, right? And then you turn the corner, and then there you are. Or as you're walking down, you see them come over the hill, and so like they're back here, right? They're out of, because we can't see on top of the hill, right? We can't see what's up here because we aren't up. We're down here, right? And so they could be back here just chilling. You know, they could be sitting back there, hiding, and then they come to the foreground and look over as they hear you down below, and then they throw stones and whatever goblins do, spears, I guess. They shoot bows and arrows, and they scurry down the rocks in these little little areas. Maybe I put more area down here where you can, like a little hill where you could see things scurrying down. We were talking about making choices in painting earlier, and this is a good example of it, right? Just by telling that story, we could decide to add breakaway rocks and add little ground path, like not a path, but like a spot that you could in theory use, you know, terrain, a sloped enough terrain that you could use it as a path, so that, you know, you could imagine goblins running down in some sort of path or something, you know. And that's neat. Like, I don't know if I'm going to actually add that in. but it helps. It helps so much in deciding what to put where. You know, what do we put here? And that's, yeah, I think it's important. It's useful, it's important, and it just makes a painting better, I think, to do that stuff. That's a weird rock shape. World building. Yeah, it is world building. But it's also world building in like, even if you didn't think about it as world building, like, I mean, it is, right? But it's sort of just idea building, right? Like, even if you never revisit the world, you have no concept of, like, even if the story doesn't, like, maybe I don't put goblins in this painting, right? Maybe I don't put any goblins at all. But the thought that I had that maybe goblins live here, and that's why this place, you know, maybe it's been eroded, some rocks have been trampled down, and, you know, over time, there's been like a little bit, not a landslide, but like a, you know, like a little bit of land that comes down like that, right? Where you could kind of imagine goblins like sliding down or something. Or maybe there's literally a path of like, or they slid on their butts or something, right? Maybe you don't put the goblins, you just leave it like that. And people might be left wondering what's going on here. But that's adding to the richness of the painting, right? Like you're you know, or maybe this, because this part already kind of works like that, right? So maybe this is where they come down, and you know, you have these little rocks here. Lots of rocks have fallen down this little thing. Maybe it's a landslide, maybe it's the goblin slide. You know, little rocks down here. Or bandit. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm kind of treating goblins and bandits at the same, right? Like basically creatures that are ambushing you from the rock ledge, right? In this case, their function is the same, which is passersby beware, you may be attacked. But I guess the real point I'm making is that even if this isn't for like a big project or anything, just having a narrative in there, and you can just make it up. It could be anything, right? Maybe this is, you know, aliens come down and abduct you, right? And this is where they do that. And maybe the rock thing doesn't make any sense, but maybe there's these really weird burn marks on the side of the rocks. And now you can put cool patterns here and justify it, right? And maybe you don't need, you know, maybe some of these, you know, maybe there's burn marks from some spacecraft, and on here there's, you know, black soot on the rocks, and like maybe it's just really interesting, you know, and it's a little spot that's burnt or something. It's you know, obviously it's not going to work in this painting, or I don't think, and it might sound like a silly idea, but the point I'm making is that like it gives you a direction to just make a choice and go in that way, and it's going to make sure that the choice is consistent, right? If there was some, you know, spacecraft that landed here with big jet engines that burned the rocks, all the grass would be dead, the rocks would be charred, things might be, you know, shifted around or melted, you know, who knows what, you know, maybe there's weird scribblings on the side from, you know, on the corner of like a person who saw aliens, and they drew a picture here because they were peeking around the corner, and so you have like, you know, wall chalk markings of like the sightings or something to tell the story, and suddenly everything just kind of starts working together. Even if like that story is a little unclear, it's still a choice, and it doesn't have to be a good idea, right? It doesn't have to be a cohesive idea. It's just, well, it's somewhat cohesive, but like every choice you make can relate back to it. I don't know. It's nice. So even if you never state the story, it's good to have it in your head, or build it up over time. But I do like the idea of like a little rock slide thing going on here. This part's a little bit like washed out. Not the right term. Maybe washed out, like fallen out. Like that, where you just get like this little rubble and rocks and it's just kind of messy down there. It's not much. Not much at all. And maybe there's like multiple paths, you know? Something like this that was once... Nope. You know, places that were once, you know, like areas that things sat or did stuff, and I don't know, like some places are worn out and there's moss covering it, and other places are, you know, dirt. I'm trying to put something in the foreground here. Maybe not a lot. I don't want it to be too mirrored, though. I don't know if I like that. I mean, I do like the plains feel, you know, the open air. Goblin Slayer Elil. Oh, will come for them. Yeah, exactly. You have a goblin. I mean, again, that's if you want to put a, you know, again, if you had the story, right, and you wanted a foreground character, you're like, I'm gonna put a stick salesman, you know, your classic traveling stick salesman. Well, guess what? Now you know he's either a bandit gonna get robbed or an adventurer gonna slay the goblins. You know, like you've got your character design already in the making because we have that narrative and we knew we wanted to add a character for scale or a goblin, right? Or we could put a goblin there. Goblin could be like, you know, maybe there's like a leftover sword here or something, you know, or something, and the goblin is like, you know, hunched over. I don't know how goblins look. This is not looking like a goblin. Do goblins walk like this? I feel like they probably don't. They probably don't walk on all fours. I feel like they'd be hunched over, though. I don't know how goblins work. How do you draw hunched over people? I don't know. Anyway, there's my goblin. It's totally not how you draw a goblin. That looks like a zombie. Is that goblin? Is that kind of a goblin shape? I don't know. I don't know how to draw a goblin. That's the worst goblin I've ever drawn. I mean, that's the worst anything I've ever drawn. Anyway, there's a goblin. He's... I don't know what goblins look like. Oh god, pretend that didn't happen. Yeah, okay, that's not what I drew. But anyway, the point I'm making is yeah, you could have a little goblin coming in there. It looks like a person on its knees. Yeah, I don't know what it looked like. It was bad. Sometimes that happens when you draw live, where you're like, you forget how to draw momentarily. That's okay. Sort of adding some cracks and stuff to these rocks. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it might be. This is where I never know, and I'm kind of in a constant state of like trying to figure out how to render. Like, how much detail do I want to put back here? I think it's fine to put this amount of detail here, but then I just have to make sure that I do at least this much in the stuff that's in focus. I am keeping these lines. I'm trying to make these brush strokes quite loose. So I'm doing a lot of blending and blurring. Right, so if you actually look at my brush strokes, they're quite, right, they're quite loose, but they are also decisive. So like I do have, like, this line is very clearly meant to be a crack that hopefully when you look over here, but again, I want to make sure that there's a, you know, like a shape hierarchy a little bit, you know. You got to get your big, medium, smalls, some shapes in here. So even when there's like a dark shape here, we still have rocks. Not every rock needs to be the same size. There should be some up here. That's another thing we can do is like, this is something that I'm trying to get better at, which is like, so I'm a big fan of paths in art, you know, leading the eye. Some people think it's a little cheesy or hokey to like do too much paths, but that's fine. I like paths. I'm a big path person. But you can actually do like a double path. So you can have a path here, and then you could have another path, say the opposite, right? You could have another path go that direction, or like a path that along this path is going to go like that or something, right? So you have like two focal points along the path that both make their own little paths, right? So in this case, I'm kind of making these little lines with the light on the rocks. So these lines kind of are doing their own path, which is like, they're kind of along the path, but they're maybe a little different. Like this one might go this way, which is not the same path as this path. So you have one path that's veering off this way with light and rocks, and maybe this one is kind of going here. And maybe there's, so like you're kind of making little different shapes, right? With different objects. You know, maybe the clouds are going in a different, you know, they're drawing your attention in a different way. And so it's not just a literal path, but also little chunks of light, and how you want to, you know, where do you want to put those lightings, you know, bits of light. So that's something that I've been playing with, is like having multiple paths. And it's not just like, you know, these rocks make a path, but within the rocks there's another kind of path, right? Like you can have, because I think I've always done like, oh, the clouds can be a path, you know, they can make it lead your eye in a way, you know, you can do something like that. You know, and the clouds can sort of go in here or whatever. That's fine. That's never been that hard, but it's when you have, you know, the rocks lead this way, but you have another thing that goes literally over the top of it and in another way. Or like maybe these blue lines, you know, maybe they go this direction and they go in a they bisect the path, but they're also striped, so technically they're still on the path, but they're also kind of making these lines, and maybe they point to other areas, or I don't know. There's just different ways of layering things. It's adding more complexity. I think it makes it more interesting. I don't know. I'm not great at it. I'm getting better every day, or maybe not every day. Every week. Every month? Year? I don't know. Trying to make this come down here so that we have like this is distinctly different than this stuff. This is another part that I'm a little bit unsure of. What do I do down here? I don't know if it matters. Stick salesman too powerful. Yeah, we could still put him in there. I'm kind of just using this as like a rock painting stream. Which is, I don't know. It's something. I'd also get some warmth in here from some bounce light. That's another thing that I hadn't really thought about until now. You know, if the light's hitting this rock, right, it's gonna boop, bounce in there. It's gonna bounce up here. So these are probably more sky facing, right? I mean, maybe not this, right? So maybe we get a little bit of warmth down here because this is ground facing, but up top, right, these are sky facing, so we get a little bit more cool light. You know, it's a little lighter but also just cooler. And then down here, this area, we're going to get a lot of reddish colors, so it's a little less saturated. Less saturated because the blue is the dominating color, and less saturated from blue looks red. I could just add red, but I'm not going to. That's too much. And so yeah, getting a little bit of that cool tones in there. A monk wizard class is the stick salesman. You think so? I guess monks and staves, I don't, yeah, I guess that's pretty common, right? Stick salesman would be a monk. I don't think he's a wizard. I feel like he's some sort of like, he's an explorer, right? So like, I feel like a scout, kind of. Like a scout or a rogue kind of guy. Maybe he is a wizard because he's like knowledgeable, because he travels, and like maybe he travels for like knowledge seeking purposes, and so he is like, you know, the knowledge based class. And so yeah, maybe he is a wizard monk kind of thing. Although I don't know, I don't feel like he's casting spells. I feel like he runs on foot. He doesn't, you know, he's just an adventurer. I feel like he's some sort of cloaked, like, not a rogue, but like a nomadic monk kind of thing, you know? I don't know, maybe he's a wizard. I don't know. Definitely a monk. Monk seems fitting. Because he's very, like, solitary, wanders the long and treacherous road all on his own. Like Aragorn. Yeah, maybe. With a stick? Yeah, maybe. Like, you definitely wouldn't want to cross the stick salesman in hand-to-hand combat. He definitely would kick your butt. Like, you would not have a good time. I feel like, I mean, he's survived so many situations. I mean, you can just Google basically any concept art ever, or any concept artist ever has made stick salesman art. And he has survived, you know, dragon fights and explosions. Like, he's been everywhere. He's seen a lot, man. So yeah, you wouldn't want to cross him. He clearly can handle himself. But I don't really know how he fights. I do suspect he just smacks you with his stick. Like he... That's got me thinking. I'm gonna add more rocks down here. No one has ever seen him cast anything. Yeah, he could be a wizard technically. Like there's some magic BS going on there. Yeah, probably. But no one's. So I'm reading a book. It's a lit RPG series. It's called like I think it's like I don't know what the actual series is called, but like Primal Hunter or something. But the character has a skill where he can take a step, but it basically like warps time a little bit, and he goes like like 50 meters with one step. But he's like a ranger basically, but he has magic and stuff, but he like one of his skills basically lets him travel very, very quickly. And I feel like he kind of has that vibe. Like he's basically the stick salesman. I mean, granted, he doesn't use a stick, but like I feel like there's some sort of like magic going on in that way. Like dude gets around. I don't know how he's traveled, everywhere. Um, maybe it's like he has some mobility magic. He can climb, teleport short distances. I don't exactly know how he does it. I never see him climbing, so I assume it's either like a leap or some sort of short form teleport. He doesn't seem to be long form teleport because he's always walking and traveling and like, you know. But he does get to like very precarious situations. I mean, you see him in people's art where like they'll have they'll have like a rock like this and he'll be like chilling on top. He'll just be like perched on top up here. And like you're kind of wondering to yourself like how how did the stick salesman get up there, Um, so I suspect he has some kind of short form teleport or climbing ability. I don't know. I am curious. Made an accidental pact with the Fae, always your excuse. Doesn't even know he's doing it? Or maybe. Yeah, and for those who don't know what I'm talking about, which might be some of you, the traveling stick salesman is just kind of a meme around like concept artists sticking a character with a stick uh, in their art, typically for like scale, So they'll just do something like this, like oh, there's a dude, he has a stick, oh, he might look like this, just a dude with a stick. He's wandering. Maybe sometimes he has a sword, but generally a stick, because sticks are cool. He might be like this, and he's just like chilling there. He's just walking. He's looking over the horizon. He might be positioned off in the distance, over here, just like going on a hike. He just exists in like everyone's concept art. And it's kind of turned into a meme. There was actually a blog back in the day called The Adventures of the Stick Salesman. And it was basically just a collection of concept art. It was a Tumblr blog. I think it still exists. I'm afraid to go on Tumblr, though, because I've never been on Tumblr, really. But basically, here's the Tumblr blog. Does he have a cape? Maybe. Hold on. So it was this thing is old. I don't know when it started, but it was essentially, I wish these had dates, but it was a blog on Tumblr started with a person just collecting concept art from various artists of a dude with a stick. And so you have like random people, a stick and a dog, random alien adventures or whatever, some structure like Dune-esque, and they have a stick. There's two of them. You have random dude in a desert. You have more desert stuff. Just lots of rocky landscapes. Oh, here's one with a stick. This is more like a creature, but it's, dudes with a stick. More people with stick salesmen on a bridge. Tumblr wants me to sign up. You know, guy on a horse with a stick. You know, in some land of the gods. And it just goes through. It's just like this big thing. You know, stick person in a desert. Stick person in a prairie with fog and a giant magical deer. Stick person... oh, he, her, I'm a focal point. A very self-aware stick salesman. And then this was like such a big thing that one of my favorite is... So one of my favorite artists is Sandara Tang. She's made some self-aware art called The Dragon and the Stick Salesman. So here he is running away. Here is the stick salesman running away from a dragon. And it's basically just like this very self-aware joke. Of it's not even a joke. It's just a fun meme about putting a referential character in there, and now this character has sort of gained lore from all of these things, and so yeah, I don't know. I'd like to think that the stick salesman has some form of magic. He's got to be magical, but I don't think it's like combat. I feel like it's protection, survival magic. You know, again, short form teleport, so maybe he can get up cliffs and stuff. It's wild how different her art looks from her Flamecraft art. Yeah, I mean, that was quite a while ago that she did that. But yeah, no, she has like a distinct like storybook style and then like playmat style. Yeah, usually the purpose of the stick guy is to just show scale. Yeah, the purpose is for scale, but the meme and the lore around it is just kind of it's just fun to imagine now, like what is he up to these days, you know? Also, like, has he progressed? Like, assuming he's like a D&D type character, or not a D&D character, but like a, you know, a role-playing character kind of thing, where like he has stats and levels. Like, he's probably a pretty high-level adventurer, you know? I bet he is quite strong. I mean, he's gotta be, right? He's like been in proximity of so many like massive monsters and all sorts of things. Also, hi Sarah. Hope you're doing well. A wizard and a monk and a cape. Yeah, maybe. I feel like he's got to have really good like stamina though, right? Like, because he's... And I feel like that's where I feel like magical classes don't quite sit right with me. Because I feel like he's like dexterity. I mean, he's on his feet, right? He's walking a lot. I feel like he's got to be dexterous and lots. I mean, I guess you can have stamina for. I don't know. I don't know how all that works. But yeah, some sort of magic. Again, we don't know what magic systems he's using. That's just a D&D ranger. Well, I don't think he has to be from the D&D world, right? He can have different skills. I love how we're implying he's... I mean, that's the whole thing, right? That's the whole, like, bit, or the whole lore, is that we treat him as the same person traveling. That's why he's the stick salesman. He's, like, he's gone to all these places. He makes it... It's like a sighting, right? It's like sighting a... You know, we are animal watching, and these are like a recording of history of sightings of the stick salesman. People have spotted him in different environments. And like occasionally you'll get a glimpse of it. He's like the Bigfoot kind of, you know, except he travels everywhere. And you never know where he'll appear next. It might be on a different planet. And yeah, it's fun to... It's great. That's how I like to think of it anyway. Hey, Azel Ruthven, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. You can't have that many adventures and not learn any spell. That's true. He's probably a jack of all trades, to be honest. But I feel like he specializes in survival skills. Or maybe he just has extremely high perception, and so he can just, like, avoid danger, but he's not actually... you know, like, he gets as close as he can without actually being in danger, so he can just keep walking, and it's like no one even knows he's there. Maybe he's more like stealth, right? Where, like, he just walks and no one even notices him. He just, like, blends in. He's just an observer. I don't know. The lore goes deep with him. That's all I'm saying. You're doing all right, just a little tired. Hopefully you get to sleep. Although it is a Monday, which kind of sucks. Also, should this be darker? I'm learning that a lighter touch on these rocks can be really nice because they can add, when you layer the colors, like if I just go like this, it looks like a hard edge, right? But if you go really light, it looks like a form change. And so it's like this weird combination of brush strokes of like soft edge, hard edge, soft edge, hard edge, kind of makes it look like form changes with cracks and stuff. So like some hard edge and then soft edge. Yeah, the magic would help get that fire started. True, he's got to know how to make a good fire, right? I mean, he has to be able to like either conjure food or hunt, and I haven't really seen him. I guess he does hunt. We oftentimes see him with like some weapon or like a spear. Maybe he throws it. You forgot to ask, have you ever done any artwork for Magic the Gathering? No. Nope. But if you're offering, if you are work for Magic and are offering me a job, I accept. No, but I've never done work for Magic. That would be super cool. One day. Well, probably not one day, but I'd like to. Okay, these rocks need help. We are gonna change some form. Have you ever reached out? No. Or wait, have I? I might have sent work samples, but that was long ago. I don't think so. No, I don't think I've ever reached out. I don't know. I don't think my work's good enough yet. Also, I don't think the work that I do have that I finished, I don't think it adequately demonstrates the skills they're looking for. Which, I've rambled about this before. But I think there's this, like... I think it goes beyond, like, painting a pretty picture. I think there's a consistency in a design and, like, choices being made in your painting that very clearly show your intent that need to be really present. Like, if you have your own world, you know, your own project that you've designed for, and there's a consistency that shows that, like, you're making choices with a very specific goal in mind, and that you are pushing that goal as well as you can push it, right? To where, like, because a lot of times once you start adding, like, for example, take this piece, right? When we start adding the story of, like, oh, goblins might be in here and they come down this rocky, if you were to write this out as a prompt, right? Or not a prompt, but like as a lore to the story or the piece, you know, here is a winding cliff where, you know, goblins, you know, ambush junction, whatever you want to call it, right? This is where, you know, travelers, weary travelers will be walking through this place, and this is where the goblins ambush them, right? They scurry down from the ledge above the cliff tops, and they ambush these travelers, and that they have nowhere to go but back where they came from or off the cliff edge, right? Because they anyway. So imagine that was like the story. Well, this doesn't really communicate that, right? Like it kind of does, but it's not quite pushed from a illustration point of view as far as it could be, right? Or even design point of view. And I feel like there's a lot of stuff like that that Magic wants to know that you can do, because they want to know that, like, that you're making professional decisions. You're not just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's kind of the standard, and I don't think I have enough pieces that really demonstrate that. I do think I'd like to think I'm maybe somewhat capable. What stops me from doing these things? I don't know. Mostly I'm just painting my own stuff, and I don't know. Maybe laziness? I don't know. That's a good question. Fear. True, but my first two jobs, I learned a lot of stuff on your jobs. True. Like, I don't think I would be like, I think if I were given Magic card prompts and, you know, obviously art direction, like, I think I can take art direction, and I think I'd be capable of it. But I think in terms of, like, the work needed to hire me is not quite there. So a lot of it's just a matter of, like, I would need to do more portfolio pieces for it, specifically for it, to demonstrate the skills that they want. And of course, you know, talking to artists and asking them what, asking them, like, what needs to go into that kind of thing, and what skills, asking art directors. I could always do that too, which I haven't, which I probably should. But yeah, it's not like a goal that I'm super duper set on getting. Like, I don't really care if I wouldn't be sad if I never got work on Magic the Gathering. That's a one very specific company. There's lots of, there's lots of, like, tabletop RPGs out there, and would it need to be Magic? No, I don't care. It's Magic's awesome. It's one of the, it's a game that is near and dear to my heart. I've played a lot of it. It probably is one of the reasons, in part, that I paint the things I paint. But I wouldn't be disappointed if I never worked on Magic. But it would certainly be awesome. It would certainly be a highlight of, like, I mean, if I got hired on Magic, it would, up to this point, it would absolutely be the biggest thing I've ever worked on, and the thing I'm most proud of. But, again, maybe I wouldn't even like the experience. That's another thing. Like, I certainly would like to do one card, but would I want to do it always? Maybe I don't like the way that they work with the art direction, and, I don't know. Maybe it would be a bad experience for me. Probably not, but you never know. I will say I would much prefer to work on their original stuff, though, than, like, the fan art series. They do a lot of, like, out of world series, like Spider-Man and Avatar, The Last Airbender. It'd be way cooler to paint environments that are, in universe than out of universe, but that's just me, I guess. Obviously, I would do any. I wouldn't complain. I think the general rule of thumb is you apply for any job you feel you're at 70% qualified for it. Yeah. If you get lucky and someone takes a chance on you, you can learn on the job. That's true. Yeah, totally. Like, my portfolio wasn't great when I got hired for my first job, and even for my second one, I was just in the right place at the right time. Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's why you'd be able to do land cards, since it's primarily about establishing a scene of lane, swamp, mountains, islands. Yeah, but again, you only have that. That's a, like, maybe I could do those, and I think I could do them, but they aren't, like, there's only so many, like, basic lands and lands in general, and a lot of times lands, at least from what I can tell, are going to, like, people who've sort of, like, they've been working on it for a while. They sort of you know, you got your Anthony, your John Avons. That's the people. That's the name I was trying to think of. Um, you know, you've got your, well, there's a lot of people, but there's, I don't know. That's like, you know, people like, I want to be a concept artist specifically on characters. Like, okay, that's the most desirable thing, but like if you do props or environments and other things, like you probably have more work you can, um right, you probably have more work. So I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm not against it, and I'm absolutely, it would be a thing that I would love to do. So I'm not saying I'm not qualified. I'm just not gonna count my chickens before they hatch. I like to be I'm trying to be somewhat realistic about it. But yeah, no, I think I could probably scrounge something together and, you know, make a portfolio of sorts. But I appreciate the confidence in me, Anxietus, and everyone. So Joe is taking himself out before he can get taken out. I don't know. I don't think I am. I guess I'm not in like I don't feel like I'm in a super rush. Like I genuinely enjoy what I'm doing right now. I genuinely enjoy streaming and hanging out with you guys and painting. And it's the same reason why, like, you know, I think if I lost my job, my day job today, I think I could probably make art work. And if I hit hustle mode and apply to a bunch of places, you know, within a month or two, I could probably be living off of art alone. But like, I'm not really, I don't really want to be in hustle mode to like get jobs and put myself out there and like, I mean, like if stuff comes my way, I'm super, I, you know, depending on what it is, I'd be super over the moon. But I'm also, I don't know. I'm kind of at like a weird spot where I don't really know what to do. Because like I do actually like the way things are, but I'm certainly not fighting to keep it that way. I'm just not, you know, not actively changing it. Always better to prepare. Well, no, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna lose my job. I'm just saying that as like a hypothetical. I mean, realistically, the reason I'm probably still doing what I'm doing, or this sort of the way art is because it is stable. Like I like the stability of what I'm doing. This like the sort of like freelance life to me does not feel stable whatsoever. Like that feels scary and uncertain, and it feels like more constantly having to update and send out work samples and networking, trying to find a job, and like, you know, when one gig ends, you have to already be prepared for the next one. That's the thing I don't want to do. I don't like that at all. I hate that actually. Um, and so I'd rather just have like a part-time job and do art on the side and like as a side gig, and just like what comes, and I'm not like stressing about it, and I know that at the end of the month I can pay my rent and eat food because I have a steady job that isn't art. And like, I don't, but you get paid way more when you are working compared to retail. That's true. That's true. That's true. But I mean, again, you know, what do I do when I have, if you quadrupled my money, just you know, or if you gave me a you know, let's say 300 to $200,000 a year, I would still stream. I would still paint the stuff that I want to paint. You know, me working more and doing less of the stuff I want to do so that I can have more money to spend it on the same way that I'm spending it just feels like not nice, you know? Like, I'm happy to work a lot if it's for something that I really, really love and that I'm thrilled to work on. But I don't know. I mean, I do, I don't know. Again, it is like, some of this stuff I'm somewhat indifferent about. I'm not like even entry level. So I make about 22 an hour. That's about what I make. So I'm making like entry level art job probably. But like again, it's super steady. Like I don't make much money at all. But also it's enough to like pay my rent. And then I do make some money through art and streaming, of course, but not much. But it's like, you know, it helps, I suppose. Your grocery store is very generous. Yeah, we're unionized. I think that's why. And also, I live in Washington State. And so, yeah. And also, I've been there a while, and technically I'm not doing, like, regular work there. But anyway, it still qualifies as, like, low-level work. But anyway, that's not important. What I do at my grocery job is not important. What's important more is that, like, I do like the non-hustling and the low stress of it all. And I feel like when art, like trying to have to, you know, take everything that comes my way, and I don't know, I actually like the situation I'm in now, but not enough to like push back. Like again, if something comes my way in art and I think it's a good fit for me or an opportunity I want, I will absolutely take the art job, right? Like I'm not opposed to an art job. It's just a lot of the work to like get there, like the putting the, you know, doing personal projects specifically for an art job, contacting and reaching out to people and like doing the hustle and grind to like, you know, get my foot in the door kind of thing. That's the stuff that just I'm awkward at it. It scares the crap out of me. It makes me anxious and I don't like it. In some ways, I like the jobs where it's like, you tell me what to do and I'll do it. And that's kind of what I have right now, which is pretty chill. I mean, not really. I guess there's a lot of like, in some ways, I kind of make up my own schedule and I kind of do what I want. But it's very defined rules. And it's not this constant like having to network and all that stuff. So, I don't know. But like a full-time gig or something, like, and similarly, I know we were talking about freelance because that's what I think most like card art type jobs are or freelance. But any sort of like in-house job, I would take in a heartbeat. If someone offered me like full-time job doing either background painting for like in a you know, some animation studio or something where I'm just like a background painter, or which obviously is a little different than what I'm doing in some ways, but or like full-time, you know, like in-house concept art at Magic the Gathering as opposed to an illustrator who's freelance, I would take those in a heartbeat. Those would be like the dream job for me, where I do get to work on cool stuff and it is steady and it doesn't feel like it's a gig that's going to just run out because it's on, you know, games feel really uncertain to me because like a game ends and then you're back on the grind trying to find new jobs. Games feel a little wishy-washy. Movies, but yeah, you would, yeah, and you would, that's the thing, sir, you would kind of have to work your way up, and I guess that's sort of like, I'm not sure I want to go on that path with like having the dream of like, oh, I want to be up here, but I don't like any, you know, I want to be the 1%, but I don't want any of the 99% stuff. Like, I don't like that. If I don't like the 90% stuff, why would I want to do that? And you might say, well, yeah, but you can't get to the 1%. Well, exactly. And that's why I feel like, I don't know. I'm a little on the fence. Anyway, I'm not against it. It's just like kind of where I'm at right now. I don't know. Again, I do genuinely enjoy where I'm at, but also I'm not, you know, it's not perfect by any means. Oh gosh, Sarah, you're asking the hard questions. What do you see yourself doing in 5 years? Maybe. I think you're right. I don't think you're wrong. But yeah. But I also do feel like I am still improving quite a bit, and I'm having a lot of fun doing it. And I'm having a lot of fun streaming. And see, that's the thing. I don't really know where I would be in 5 years. I know I want to be making art. Whether it's like doing stuff on Twitch and making content, which probably isn't the path for me super duper long term, but like maybe, um, maybe I don't know. I'm not sure where. All I know is I want to keep making art, and I definitely want to be able to keep making art that I want to make. Um, but if it stays like, again, I don't like to call it a hobby because it feels more than that. Maybe passion. But if it just stays that, like if it just stays as a passionate hobby, I'm not sad. Like I'm not disappointed if it stays a passionate hobby, right? Like I know there's like a prestige to like working on the big name stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong, that would be amazing. But I'm not it's not like it's my goal, not necessarily. You know? Like if the opportunity came along, I would snatch it up. But I'm not sure that's my goal. Yeah, Rachel says you found joy in doing, and that's a really nice place to be. I think so. I mean, that's how I feel about it. I mean, granted, there are like other life things that are not as amazing, kind of like Sarah pointed out. Like, you can't possibly be making a ton of money at a retail job, and you're totally right, right? So, like, money wise, obviously, this is not my favorite thing, but I do like It's hard to, for me, I'm just bad at long term thinking. It's really hard for me to like make my life significant for like an unforeseeable future, make my life more stressful, less enjoyable, doing less of the thing I actually want to be doing, so that maybe one day in the future I can be doing more of the thing I want to do. I don't like that when I'm currently doing stuff that I really enjoy doing. Like I genuinely like doing what I'm doing. And so it's a hard thing for me to flip. But again, I think I owe it to myself to do a little bit of that, right? It's tough. I don't know. I don't know. But it's good to think about these things for sure. I think Hustle Culture likes to push people into this sort of constant drive to do more or better with hobbies or passions, but I think it's healthier for most people at least to recognize that you're happy where you're at. Yeah, I mean, it's not to say that like I'm not pushing myself, right? Like I am pushing to like do more personal projects, right? And which again could be my entry into my foot in the door at more places or getting more jobs. I am pushing myself to like get better at art. And part of the reason I'm doing day 2 and rendering of this is because, well, I don't typically spend a second day rendering. And so like I think it's good to still push yourself, grow your skill sets. But I don't think you have to like I want this job and then push for that job, right? There's like a personal growth ambition, which I think is good. And then there's like career ambition, which I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Oh, see, my job I actually kind of like. Like, it's not, I mean, again, it's only part-time. Hey, Error Macro says, I'm guessing there was a Ron raid while I was playing bingo. So a Ron raid or something. Yeah, Ron raid. We got a Ron raid. Sarah says, for me, it's not about prestige. It's more about the chance to work on large form production. Like, to be able to make cool things that I couldn't make on my own. Yeah, that's totally fair, too. That's totally fair. And well done, Rachel says, well done, Sarah. That's your dream. Get out of architecture and into digital environments. I'm older in my career, so I have to be flexible as to what that actually looks like. Really hard to turn away from a solid, steady, and long-term career. So something so unattainable for many. Yeah. Oh, see, I have very stable hours at my job. And yeah, normally when you think of retail, you think of like random, you don't know your schedule until the week before. It's crappy customer-facing work that sucks the life out of you. It's super low pay, and you can't do, like, I'm in a pretty nice spot in that, like, my job is consistent. I know my hours. They're pretty chill. There's not that many hours. Granted, I'm not getting paid that much because I don't work that many hours, but it is enough to pay my rent, and eat and buy things that I absolutely need. But it does give me time to, like, stream 15 hours a week on a consistent schedule. I mean, you know, most people could not stream any on a consistent schedule at retail because they don't have a consistent schedule at all. I do, and I've been doing this for quite a long time. So, you know, there's that. So yeah, I'm in a slightly unique position when it comes to, you know, random crap jobs. It's not that bad. Error Macro says, I figured as much when I left his chat and came back to you. I've got a couple of pieces that I'm quite proud of at the moment. One finished and one needs shading. Oh, I'd love to see them. I would love to see it. I feel like some of these rocks could be a little bit softer and more rounded and bumpy. Yeah, comparatively speaking, I think I've got a nice thing going on. And that's why I think that's also part of why, like, I'm a little bit hesitant to, like, you know, put every waking hour to, like, get out of this, because I don't even feel like if I had, like, a full-time job doing something else, yes, I'd be making more money, but I'm not actually sure the lifestyle change would be something that I'd be happy with. Like, I'm sure I would be able to rationalize it to myself because I think I'm pretty good at that. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm you know, building skills and experience that I wouldn't have gotten elsewhere, and it's great for my career. And I would absolutely justify it to myself. But I think on, like, objective terms, I don't know if I would actually enjoy the time spent as much. Maybe I would. Maybe I'd enjoy it more. I don't know. It's obviously I don't know what I don't know. But once I, you know, again, yeah, it's a tough call. I don't know. And that's why I'm kind of, you know, I currently, I guess if we're talking about goals and stuff, currently I think my goals are more of, like, keep trying to improve, keep getting better, keep working on the stuff I want to work on. You know, don't be a complete slacker in terms of, like, art skills and, you know, connections you make and, you know, who you know and what you do. You know, don't be a total slacker. Keep trying to improve. Keep, like, making things and having fun doing it. But also, like, have fun doing it. And, you know, if that leads me somewhere, you know, if things come my way, I will, you know, I'm not, like, closed off. I absolutely will take them, you know? I am open for opportunities, but I'm just not, like, putting all of my effort into making those opportunities happen in a super proactive sense. You know, some people are like I don't know. I guess all of art for me has been, like, I don't know. It's tricky. It is very individual. As Svesta says. Svesta says, I think it's very individual and it's hard to gauge, but but if it'd be worth it in the long run when you don't know what you'd even like the work. Yeah. I mean, I get that, like, obviously when you're just starting out, you kind of have to take whatever. Also, am I lagging? I might be lagging, Sarah. No, I'm not. I don't think so. Okay, let's keep reading, because sorry, left a few things on the table after bingo. No worries. You don't really have to put in every waking hour. Well, you do. You kind of do if you're already working, like, a job and you feel like, you know what I mean? Like maybe not every waking hour, but obviously that's a bit of an exaggerate. Obviously I wasn't being literal there, but, like, if you come home at the end of the day and you're maybe somewhat tired and again have other obligations, and I'm including stream because it's an obligation I like, but it's still an obligation to me. When I'm done with stream, those are my other every waking hour, right? Like that's my time where maybe I want to just chill and I don't want to better work on a portfolio piece, better connect and build connections and better do all this stuff. Like that's the stuff where like I don't know. It's again, a lot of the things I literally again, like the LinkedIn stuff and all that, like I've already even stated this year that like I do want to do more of that. So like I do want to do a lot of this stuff, but it's not like a super high priority to where um like I guess for me it's not it's I do want to do that stuff, right? I do want to do more projects, make more like portfolio worthy pieces, reach out to more people on more interesting things. Like I want to do all that and I will do one of my goals for this year is to do more of that, but it's not such a high priority that like I feel like there's pressure on me, right? I don't want to feel like I have to do these. I want to do them because I want to do them. Um, and I know that's maybe a little bit, privileged in some ways. Like I said, I think if I lost my job tomorrow, I would do them. And I, and I obviously I can start, and I have in some ways, but, yeah, I don't know. I think it might be sounding like I'm more content with what I'm doing than I am, or maybe I'm less content. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what it sounds like to you guys, but I feel like based on your comments, there's a slight disconnect between where I'm at and where you think I'm at. But I'm not quite sure what that is. But it's hard to tell. It's a Twitch stream. And also, thanks for coming to Joe's therapy session, where chat plays therapist to Joe. Anyway, it's a gradual thing you build up over time, gradually increasing your chances of being connected and whatnot. Yes, totally. Totally. Agreed. Okay, we've got some art by Error Macro. Let's take a look. Ooh, this is cool. Oh, this is awesome, Error Macro. I think I've seen this. I saw the start of this before. Didn't I? I feel like I've seen this before. This is looking really cool. I like this a lot. Very neat, Error Macro. Side note, gotta love Discord's monster links. They do be long links. I'll tell you what. Yeah, this is really cool. Let's see. Sarah says, most of my gigs seem like they've been passive. Like, oh, something happened to come along, but in reality, it only happened because I did it. Yeah, no, I totally agree. And that's kind of what I want to do, right? I want to do the small stuff over time that builds up and then stuff happens. And again, I've had like, again, I don't typically have like what I wouldn't call like super professional gigs, but I do have like I make income from art. I do have, commissions here and there and and I've had a fair handful of like commercial work, but again, small. I don't call it like super it's not like a big stuff, right? But like smaller stuff, startup type stuff. And I'm super grateful for that stuff to come along. Classical camera messing with the colors nonsense, unfortunately. Fun is traditional. And second work in progress, your world goddess of art. Oh, this is a nice character design. I like this. This is fun. Very cool. Thank you for sharing Error Macro. I love seeing what people are working on. Now the question is, do I want... I think I do put trees over here. Just like a few trees. Something to show that there's stuff over the horizon. We might be getting a little bit too small scale though back here. Pretty sure I have just shading and some texture detailing left on her. I could see that. So you do, so do you do like a wash for your shading? Because I assume this is traditional, right? Yeah. So I assume you're doing like a wash for shading. Is that always how people shade traditionally? Or not? I guess it's not if you're painting with like... I mean, I guess you can do washes with like oil too, but I don't think people typically do that. Maybe they do. I guess with like watercolor, you would do a wash, right? Because that just makes sense. Shows how little I know about watercolor. But yeah, no, I actually think like career and job stuff is a fun conversation. I also think though that, you know, maybe a little bit, there is a little bit of like hustle and grind culture where like everybody is made to feel like they have to do art more than a hobby, or it has to be, you know, if you do a thing, it better be making you tons of money. And I don't know, I guess to me, my priorities are more about like just general like fulfillment and yeah, that kind of thing. Sounds very zen or something, but I don't know if it has anything to do with that. Let's see. Let's see. You've been also making, or lately missing traditional art. Sagamore Studio, you said, so I made up a challenge to practice materials in Goblet. I actually don't know what Goblet is. What is Goblet? Yeah, I think that's another thing, right? I think it's good to know the paths and know how to get places and know how others got places so that you can like, it's more options of like choose, you know, what am I gonna do today kind of thing, and like, oh, maybe I'll work on this, and this is gonna, you know, two birds one stone, you know, I'll do a personal project that also demonstrates my knowledge of character design or environment design or whatever. And then you like, okay, well now this piece is also a portfolio piece, but it's also a thing I want to do on my own, right? And then like over time you can make better choices about what you want to do with your time, because based on knowing what's available. But I think like feeling like you have to do a thing right now, and I don't know, it can be a bit much. I feel like in terms of art and career, I'm pretty stress-free. Which, you know, having talked to other artists is not always the case. Oh, I like this. Material goblet. So it is a goblet. I see. This is a thing you drink out of. Oh, this is cool. I love that. Like it reminds me of like Sword Timber when people do like sword designs for all of September. I've had like a your computer has scanned your computer and found no errors. Thanks. Thank you for telling me while I'm streaming and sharing my Windows screen cap. Thanks, Windows. Glad my computer is squeaky clean. Actually, I don't even, I think that's what it said. Maybe it said it found something. I don't think it did. I could go back in the bottom and look. I just closed it so fast because it was a pop-up. But I'm pretty sure it was a we've scanned your computer and everything's good message. And I think it's funny. Your computer definitely has the errors. After all, I'm here. Thanks, Error Macro. I'm glad you're here. Oh, fun fact about her. That paintbrush she's holding is what's called a divine key. Basically, a piece of their power. Oh, that's fun. As a result, anything she paints can be made real, and the brush can change size to her will. I like that. Magical painters are always fun. So it could appear as a standard paintbrush 1 second, the next she's flying away on a witch's broom. That's neat. I mean, I think that's just a side effect of the fact that unfortunately minimum wage isn't high enough, so people would normally rather turn their passion into higher income if they have the option. Yeah, I think so. For sure, I think so many jobs being super unstable these days, there's also a lot less sense in keeping a job for stability. That's true. There is, you know, yeah, stability. I mean, there is an illusion of stability at like a job that I have. Granted, I've had it long enough that I think I can, historically, I can just say it's been stable. But obviously, you know, the objective state of how stable something is, you can't really know. And it's possible that there's an illusion of stability. But I think it's more of like stability with what, like to what end, or like what, like for example, a freelancer who has a lot of connections but constantly has to like put in, let's just say, I don't know, 5 hours a week. Maybe that's even on the high end, but maybe even it's only 2 hours a week, which isn't much. But you know, they have to constantly put in 5 hours a week of like very intentional networking and portfolio updating, even though they're already working and they have an income, but they have to do this like base load of upkeep. And they'll have no problem, right? They will be totally stable. One job ends, they have a whole slew of more jobs coming in, right? That might, in theory, be more stable, but the upkeep is much higher to make sure you maintain all that than, like, my job. My job is just, like, I've been hired, right? There is no upkeep. I go to work, I do my job, hopefully not poorly, and then there is no constant upkeep. It's not really constant like that from my experience. Like all this stuff I'd be doing anyway. Okay, that's cool. That's good that you've done that. I mean, it's funny that I feel like this conversation has flipped the roles that I'm often on, because a lot of the stuff around like social media and all that, I do think you should do it just like, that's just like how you use social media, right? Like I mean, even like simple things that I've mentioned before, where like, you know, linking up all your accounts and you know, like engage, like if you don't use a social media account unless you enjoy it, and if you enjoy it, like use it for the social aspect, you know, basically networking. And like, I think that is a good way to use it. And if that's the way you're already doing stuff, and it just happens to be also networking and portfolio building, that's awesome, right? That's how you want it to be, right? But a lot of that stuff, especially like well, depending on which social medias we're talking about. Because, like, I guess I've met quite a few people here on Twitch, which you could argue is a form of networking. And I've met a lot of people on Twitch that I'm, you know, happy to call acquaintances. And I did zero work for that outside of just, like, the work I was going to do anyway, right? I've just been streaming, and I meet cool people. You know, I may not be meeting them through LinkedIn, and maybe you love using LinkedIn, and maybe I will too someday. But a lot of it is like, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe it's just slightly different. Like maybe I don't think I'm that like far off in terms of that kind of thing. I don't know. We'll see. But this will be the year. And I am and will take steps to make more of that stuff happen. How's your bingo card going? I am doing more studies. I am doing more. What am I doing? I'm doing more studies. I haven't started LinkedIn, as today's conversation clearly indicates. Um, I've pretty much just done more like learning art, I guess. That's about it. What else was on there? I'm trying to think. I ranted. I got my free square. Let's see. I keep. Wait. Sorry, I missed some stuff. Art by Svesta says this combo actually reminded me. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but Scotland is considering bringing in the basic artist income that Ireland was testing. Wait, what? I don't know anything about that. That sounds amazing. I keep seeing that on social media, but when I look into it more, it's like just a limited grant to number of people, like 1,000 a month for a selected group of people. That's kind of like a research scholarship grants to me. It's not really consistent like that from my experience, but all that stuff I'd be doing anyway. So the initial group in Ireland was run as a test and was a small sample size, but the aim is to use what they learned to implement it across Ireland. There will be specific criteria, but it's overwhelmingly better than the current scheme in Scotland, it seems. That's cool. I mean, I know this is... Sometimes I hate even expressing this opinion that I'm going to express here because it's always tied in with like crypto bros, which I loathe. But like I am a supporter of like some sort of universal basic income type thing where like people can actually pursue things that are not that are not, I don't know what you call it, like, maybe you want to help around your community or something, right? And like just do stuff and be an active participant, but you don't want to have to like, work 8 to 10 hours a day every day just to make end meets. I think so. Maybe it's not a crypto bro thing. But anyway, like I am a supporter of that, and I think there are lots of ways that could become a thing. And I think that would be awesome. Like I think more people making things they want to make and not like crappy stuff they feel like they have to because they want to pair their passion with their job. I don't know. I think it's, as long as like basic standards are met, but like nothing more. And then if you want to buy cool and awesome things and like, and I don't really know how it would work, but like, maybe if you want to buy cool and awesome things, then you do need to make some money, and that's fine. That's how it should be. But like, I pretty much just, I'd be happy just knowing that like I can do the things I want to do, that's the dream for me anyway. And I think it would be also, it is for some people, and I think some people have sort of, again, sort of, I don't, maybe it sounds a little bit like, hope it doesn't sound conspiracy theoristy, but like, people buying into like the like, for example, there are people who genuinely like I think it's absurd to think that every single person working 40 hours a week or more in a lot of cases just to have your bare needs met, that's wild to me. Now, I think working 40 plus hours a week is fine, right? If it's something that's fulfilling. But to do it to make ends meet is insane. Like, and a lot of times the pushback is like, well, like, as if like working should be the goal. And I don't think working should be the goal. I think doing things fulfilling, and also, again, I think people enjoy helping others. I think people enjoy making stuff that's useful. I think, but when there's so much pressure on you to just like make ends meet, I think it leads people to making a lot of garbage just for money. I think it makes the world a worse place. So anyway, just fiction. Hello, welcome Raiders. How's it going? Howdy Howdy doody. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. You know the drill, Just Fiction. Share your art. And yeah, how was your stream? Tell us about it. Hope you're doing well today. We are painting rocks for day number 2. Which, I don't know. Maybe I overdid it on some of this. Should have simplified a bit. As gorgeous as always. Aw, thank you. It's a waste of societal and individual potential. We would have so many more innovations if people could pursue the passions without more than half their life being taken up by unrelated things. Yeah, and even if it's not a productive passion, in my opinion, the amount of people who do pursue productive things as a passion would more than make up for the amount of people who don't, right? Yes, some people are passionate about just like hanging out with friends and, you know, doing things. But also, if they have the ability to like go and meet up in person, and like that's how cool stuff happens, right? Like people get together and they do things, they make plans. I mean, that's like that's kind of how things start, you know? People get ideas and they can daydream about stuff, and then they actually have the means to do it because you're not tied down completely. Like if you wanted to, you know, live frugally, you could, you know, you could take some time to do that and pursue something else. But for a lot of people, it's not even an option, right? Even if the situation does come up. Anyway, but that's a whole nother issue. I realize I don't, you know, I'm not an economist. Can't really get too deep in the weeds on it, but some version of that to me is definitely like the, you know, the pipe dream kind of thing. Or that's not the right word. But anyway, yeah. I feel like I just don't really ever hear artists talk about it, and I assume always because it's like, it has like I think for a lot of people, it's like a bad taste in their mouth kind of thing, and it's like a topic that you shouldn't vocalize. I don't know. I'm not really sure why, but that's my view on it, kind of. Not that anybody cares. But maybe somebody cares. Definitely more rocks over here. More light fall off. More soft edges. Okay, here's what you're working on. Let's take a look at Just Fiction's work. This is so cool. Okay, look at Just Fiction's work. This is extremely cool. You've got Bowser. I don't know who that is. I feel like I should know who that is. But you definitely have Bowser. Look at that Bowser. Can we just acknowledge how amazing this is? Also that lighting and the composition. What a great composition. The looking up. That lighting. So good. This is really cool. It's Doom Guy from Doom. Oh, okay, it's Doom Guy. I see. I kind of know. Yeah, I know of Doom. This is sick. This is sick. This is awesome. Yeah, the lighting is so cool. Also, the little Koopa in the foreground. What an iconic shape. Like, the fact that we know exactly who and what this is, like, just from these blobs is so good. Anyway, very, very cool. Interesting seeing Doomslayer fighting Bowser. It is. But this is really fun. And I like how you did this. Good job, by the way. You said stream was good, thank you. Nice people to chat with. Yeah, that's always one of the big benefits of Twitch. Just awesome people to chat with. Awesome people making art. Somebody asked me today, or not me, but they asked the world on Reddit, You know, basically they were like, as an artist who hasn't been doing social media ever, and I want, you know, like they basically were like, I want a place to share my art with people and like interact and like, have a community. And you know, some people are like, oh, Instagram's the place. I'm like, I recommended Twitch. I'm like, hey, if you're not just about number go up and you actually want like a genuine community of real people who are chat and hang out and share art and, you know, kind of like celebrate making art beyond just like looks nice and then followed, gave you number. Like I feel like Twitch is so good for that. And that's obviously, it's not to say you shouldn't do the other places, but Twitch, I don't know. I like the community on Twitch. It feels genuine, and like you can see updates of people's work, right? Like every time Ronald comes into the stream, whether you are a viewer in his stream or not, you get to see his updates, right, of his art, the projects he's working on. You know, every time Sarah shares her art, you can see what she's working on or what she has done. Or you also get to like learn about people in a way where you can know a bit of their journeys, you know, their story kind of, and like then when they share art, there's context. It's not just here's a random image on Instagram. And yeah, you feel like the art community has been growing a lot. Has it? I don't know if it has, but I hope so. When it comes to Twitch art, I'm very much like a rising tides lifts all ships kind of thing. I don't care if my stream in particular does great. I just want more people to like a bigger community, more people making art, more people doing the things they want to do. I don't know. That's like one of my goals for Twitch. Or really just like art in general. I guess it's an art goal in some ways. It doesn't have to be on Twitch, but Twitch currently is my place of choice for that. It has been growing. Oh, awesome. How many? Now I'm curious. Like, how many average viewers? I think it used to be around like 10 or 11,000, right? On an average day at this time. I'm gonna peek. It may obviously today could be a low day or a high day, but now I'm curious. If we go to Twitch right now, how many people are viewing art? It can't be more than like 11,000, right? Or 10,000? I think maybe 10,000 would be like back in the day. It might also be a low time right now. It's hard to know on a Monday. 11.5 viewers. That seems a little high. It's over 11,000. I was expecting it to be like 10. But that does seem like more. Just at this very moment. But yeah, no, that's definitely something that I would like to see more of, is just like Twitch growing and these sort of like live communities and people who actually are making things. Yeah, so when you go to a category, you can click on the category. Apparently I'm viewing my own stream. Rigging the views. No. But yeah, so when you go to Twitch and you click here, it'll tell you a number. This is how many people are currently viewing it. And then, yeah, then these are all the streams. I like that person's art. Maybe we'll raid them when we raid. It That Meowed. Maybe we'll go there. Instagram's not great for discoverability. See, the thing about Twitch that I like is that it's not about... I mean, again, putting aside the whole conversation we just had about like career and networking and getting your foot in the door, putting that aside because that's a different thing. I think most artists do art as a hobby, right? I think objectively that's a fact. Most artists they might pursue a career at some point, but in the moment they are hobbyists and will probably just statistically will stay that way. I feel like Twitch is amazing for that. It's not about growth and discoverability. It's about just find a community and become a part of it by hanging out and spending time and making art. Like you just show up and you make art and you maybe chat, and it's like a work and lurk kind of thing. I don't know. I feel like I find more cool artists on Twitch than I do anywhere else. Yeah, I do too. And also not just artists, but you find like, neuroscientists and people doing cool things in different science fields and working as like marine biologists and, you know, people who are psychologists and like you just find that there's just a lot of people. There's a lot of different people because it's not just artists. And so the community of people is just fascinating. It's a really cool intersection that I feel like, I don't know. I'm biased as an art streamer, but even not as an art streamer because I obviously I'm a Twitch viewer, and also before I streamed, I only viewed Twitch, or not only, but you know what I mean. I was solely a Twitch viewer before I also started streaming, and I am still a Twitch viewer, and that's what I liked about it then, and that's what I like about it now. I think it depends on what each individual person wants. There's a lot of personal factors. Sure, yeah, there is. There is a lot of personal factors. I guess what I'm getting at, though, is like a lot of artists, from what I can tell, who are hobbyists. Again, we're talking about hobbyists here because professionals, again, there's paths, there's career paths that are like more targeted and like, right. But I think if you're like a hobbyist, I think a lot of hobbyists feel like they have to grow their Instagram because they feel, or their social media, because they feel like that's the way to connect to people, right? I want to just have people to share my art to. I want to have this thing, and it's sort of like this. I mean, in some ways, it feels like the same we were talking about earlier, like buying into like a hustle culture, except this is like buying into social media culture, where like you need to grow a following, and that's the only way to ever be any real artist, even if it's just as a hobby. Like, I don't buy that. I think that's garbage. Like, being a part of a community and making cool stuff together feels far more real and tangible and honestly achievable for like the normal hobbyist artist. Like, you don't have to have 10,000 followers. Just like find a cool group of people that you enjoy hanging out with and spend time making art and sharing it with them, and like make art together and be I don't know, like that feels way more validating. And if it's validation you want, it feels way more validating than it's just a number, because at least when people are excited to see the new thing you've been working on, there's like, I don't know, it feels more genuine. Like Twitch to me feels like people who together celebrate making art, and some other social medias feel more like people either trying to advertise their art or like follow celebrity, I guess. I mean, I guess you could kind of make the celebrity argument about like on Twitch or whatever, like because everybody kind of congregates, I guess. But it's I don't know. Like when I'm in other people's streams, I don't feel like that. I feel like I'm a regular in their stream because I've been there a lot. And then at some point you share your work and they're like, hey, what have you been up to lately? And you're like, oh, thanks for asking, and then you can share. And then they're like, oh, that's cool. And like, oh, what if you, and or if it's an educational stream, right? Maybe there's, communities of people, their discords are full of like critique sessions and stuff. I don't feel like you ever get that, right? You can't go in like Instagram Discord communities where like you find a Discord to an Instagram account and then it's like anything but just people dropping their art. Like, I don't know. I feel like for any sort of hobbyist or hobby adjacent person, Instagram sucks. I mean, I like Instagram, but not if you're looking for community. I don't know. Twitch, I just feel like Twitch has it beat. Twitch's community is great. Did I say it's great? I think it's great. I don't buy it either. Can't afford to. Fair enough. I feel like I find more... Oh, I already read that part by Vesta. But it's worth reading it again. Vesta said, I feel like I find more cool artists on Twitch than I do anywhere else, purely because I can tell in like 30 seconds if I vibe with them. Yeah, that too, right? And there, I don't know, there's something about it for me also that is the fact that you guys are here right now, and it feels more like it's in person as opposed to like Instagram feels more like it's an email, where like you look at your app and you leave a comment at some time, and then you leave, and you close it. And if the person responds back, you gotta wait for that notification before the person will respond back, right? It's like this weird delayed, message received. You've got new mail. You've got mail, right? It feels like you have to wait for the you've got mail to even continue a conversation. In Twitch chat, it's immediate, right? You see the message and you respond, and it's like it's live, right? But even if you were having a conversation nearly in real time on Instagram, it doesn't feel live, right? It feels like this weird back and forth, and it's stale kind of conversing. Or same on Twitter even. Twitter's a little bit better. Twitter or Blue Sky, they're a little bit better at giving you that real-time feel. But even then, I don't know. Nothing compares to Twitch in my opinion. I mean, technically maybe YouTube, if you had a big YouTube account. But no, even then, because like community browsing sucks on YouTube. At least in my opinion. Like Twitch has raids. Raids are just superior. Raids are just superior to Instagram or to YouTube. Because like communities become bridged, and you stumble into a new community, and you get vibe check. You can see if you vibe with people, and the discovery is through connections, kind of. I don't know. Anyway, I'll be done gushing about the community here. You guys are great. You put up with my rants. No, I say it like it's a burden. I enjoy rambling. And also, I really enjoy conversations like we had earlier with the, talking about jobs and stuff. I mean, it can get a little philosophical maybe for some people, but we're like, evaluating your life goals and stuff. But I think overall, it's quite nice. Trying to also come in here with some of these shapes. Just add some variety. I feel like there's just an overall not massive shape. What am I trying to say? Like not a threshold. What word am I looking for? Like I just need like a lot more small shapes in here because it's the foreground. If I want it to look at certain ways. Sarah says I still Sarah says I've stayed in touch with the community through Instagram stories, but only because I've already found that community elsewhere. It's mostly people through Streets of Z and stuff. That's a good point. I mean, and again, this is where I think the email analogy for me continues. For some reason, it really Instagram for me feels like conversing over email. I know it's not. I know DMs would be closer to an analogy to email, but it's the delay. It's the like you make a post. It's like I don't know. The casualness behind it feels it feels like it's gone. Whereas like who does casual emailing, But emailing is okay if you wanted to like stay in contact with people, or if you have a newsletter you wanted to subscribe to that you found through somewhere else, and then like, oh, now you can like, follow people and stuff, and like, Instagram's good for following people and like taking a look at what they've been up to, but it feels very, very one-sided. And again, you can do like treat it like email or something. But yeah, I actually don't hate Instagram. I kind of like it, but it's very specific in what it does and its function, and it doesn't feel like it's a, like the thing that a lot of artists want, right? Community, sharing work in a way that is seen, maybe appreciated, not just a drop in the ocean. And I just don't feel like it does those. I think it's great as a pseudo portfolio. I'll be honest. a place where when someone says, "Oh, what do you paint?" and you're like, "This is what I paint. Do you take links?" And then you can drop a link to your Instagram, and then they're like, "Oh, that's awesome," and then they can see what kind of art you do. Um, that's what Instagram is good for. Like a casual place to drop your work. Recruiters made. Well, no, that's why I said pseudo portfolio, not a real portfolio. I mean, like, again, not a recruiter, but like, I'm not talking job. I'm talking like casual. I mean, I know I used the word portfolio, and that's a non-casual term, but I mean pseudo in the sense that like it's definitely not professional. It's not a real portfolio, but it's still a place where all your work is, right? As opposed to like Twitter, right? If someone says, "Hey, what do you paint?" and you're like, "Oh, here's my Twitter," and you're like, "Oh my god, I gotta scroll through this mess." Like, do I really have to scroll through your posts on Twitter to find your art? Like, that is awful, right? That's not a real experience of seeing your art. Yeah, just show people your work, right? And I mean not connected to the algorithm, right? I think the idea that you post and people will find you is stupid. That's not, it basically doesn't work, right? I know there's a media tab on Twitter and it still sucks because it's all chronological order, it's one at a time. It's garbage. Media tab is trash. I mean, it's better than nothing, but it's pretty bad. And also, God forbid you post like GIFs and memes, then those appear, because now it's just full of like reaction faces and stuff. And anyway, I could go on about how stupid Twitter's media tab is and why it should not include GIFs that are comments to other people. Anyway. It is, but it's a wall. Twitter doesn't have a wall, right? Anyway, I think you get the point I'm trying to make, even if the specifics of what I said are not totally accurate. But yeah, no, I think Instagram for me is so like I think relying on the algorithm on Instagram is terrible. But if you just use it as a place to post your art and then you share your Instagram when people ask, again, it's like a pseudo portfolio. It's not a real portfolio. Again, it's not for recruiters, not for other, I mean, it could be for other professionals, but it's purely just like, hey, here's the kind of thing I do, right? Random person in a Twitch stream, random person in a coffee shop, random person, you know, you're at your grandma's house or whatever, right? Like you're just out and about, right? Very casual. You meet someone or they are curious and they want a place to snoop on you if they are curious of what you've been up to. I feel like Instagram's a great place, right? If I'm curious what, you know, you, Sarah, have been up to, obviously you don't post on Instagram, but if you did, Instagram would be a great place for me to go because one, I already am following you and it's not, it's where everyone else that I follow is. And I'm guaranteed to have an Instagram, right? I'm not guaranteed to have an ArtStation. And the fact that I have an Instagram, and again, pretend I'm a non-artist, right? If I'm a random person who's never done a piece of art in their life, I have an Instagram, right? See, my mom doesn't know how to make an ArtStation, or my grandma wouldn't know how to make an ArtStation account. And I don't know if you can even view art. Definitely not post without an ArtStation account. Can you even view without an account? I don't even know. Maybe you can. But you definitely can't comment, right? But like, no, not guaranteed. People aren't guaranteed. You know what I mean? Oh, goodness. Okay, people aren't guaranteed to have an Instagram, but millions and millions of people, at least in the US, have Instagrams. Not millions and millions of people have even know what ArtStation is, right? ArtStation is for professionals, pretty much, and aspiring professionals or recruiters. If you aren't one of those people, you've probably never heard of an ArtStation, unless you're Sarah's grandma, apparently. But yeah, unless you're Sarah's grandma, then you know what ArtStation is. But most people, from my understanding, do not know what ArtStation is and have never had an account. Lots of people have Facebook account, or not Facebook, Instagram accounts. Anyway, that's my take. I should use less hyperbole. Hey, with the raid, it's a K McKeg raid. K McKeg, how are you? How was your stream? Sarah? Exclamation marks? The person named No H Sarah is who I was talking about. Who said, Sarah said, she sends their grandma to ArtStation to view her art. And I was, yeah. K McCaig says, yo, it was good. It did some sub sketches and worked on comic pages. Nice. What do you like to share? Art tags. Art tags. I know Sarah from M's, but based on the double tab, I just came from Just Fiction. Oh, nice. Gotcha. Sorry, I can't shout you out here. Wait, does Harles Quinn, do you do art? Should I know you? Are you a person to know? But speaking of a person to know, K McCaig. Let me /shout out KMCCAIGUE. I'll just pretend to shout you out. Oh no. By the way, we do... Actually, does that work? That might actually work. Okay, apparently Harles Quinn is a person to know. And also... Or Harley's... Probably Harley's Quinn. And also, No H Sarah is a person to know. And K McCaig is a person to know. And Just Fiction rated us, and they are a person to know. There's a lot of people to know in here. You can pretty much just click on a random name, and you're probably going to go somewhere worth going. But yeah, K McCaig, share what you were working on if you want, or just a drop to your link, or drop a link to your work. So yeah, I am. What am I doing? I'm painting day 2, just painting some flowers, some good old flowies in here in the. Yeah, actually, I'm done painting flowers. Very limited flower painting, basically just blobs. But yeah, a little bit of some rocks. A lot of rocks today. Lots of rock paintings. Actually, this might need to be a little darker. I don't know if I like the shape design over there. Ooh, that's kind of cool. A little dark edge here. The rocks look so good. Thanks. I'm glad you like them. I'm having fun with them. A little bit of, I guess it's practice. Practice doing some softer edges and some harder edges. But yeah, glad you like it. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look-see at what K McCaig was working on. Ooh, look at this. We were talking earlier about sketches being chaotic or dynamic or whatever word you want to use. This is a good example of that, where there's like a lot of lines, but they don't feel like they're super duper precise and like you spent, you know, it doesn't look like you toiled over them for years of going like, you know, making the perfect line art. They're pretty quick and loose looking, and they're awesome, right? They look great. These are so good. Good focus on storytelling and all that. I love this. I really love this shot right here. Oh wait, can you guys see? Am I screen sharing? I am. This shot right here, this middle one, I love that. These are awesome. You really want to work on your rendering to get your stuff looking like that? Me too. Or do you mean my art? I'm also working on my rendering, or hopefully. Or let's see. I came from fiction then. Definitely not art, just games or student co-working, which I haven't done since school started. Oh, nice. Co-working streams are neat. I mean, aren't most art streams co-working streams, kind of, sort of? But yeah, K McCake, this is awesome. Thank you for sharing. Art by Vesta says, I need to work on my rendering also. Yeah. Don't we all? Don't we all? Rendering, I mean, you know what's funny? I feel like maybe this is a sentiment that has shifted in, like, that I've seen. Okay, can I get a show of hands? Who here likes more, like, if you had to choose, I know this is a stupid question, but if you had to choose, like, the planning, design, the ideation stage, or like the putting it all together and rendering stage. If you had to choose one. So one, put a one if you're like you know, you like the early stage, or a two if you like the second half, like the rendering. Because I feel like back like 5 years ago, almost unanimously, people were like, I love the rendering. I can just spend hours doing it. It's so nice and relaxing. Not me. Okay, one. Okay, it's one. Right. Okay, everybody likes one. I'm putting one too because I like the first stage. That's the stage I like. Yet I feel like past me had the impression that everybody liked the second stage. And it's like, if you didn't like rendering, were you even a real artist? And I'm like, well, am I weird? Am I the weird one? And I don't think I am. I think I'm somewhat normal. I think the early stage is the fun part. Again, I don't hate rendering, right? Again, this is if I had to choose. I don't loathe rendering or anything. It's just compared to the early stage. I mean, even in illustration though, right? Like the big part of illustration, at least especially if you're doing like, you know, children's books or something, you still have to like plan what it is you're gonna illustrate, right? Like you still do like a dummy book or like a, you know, composition and thumbnailing sketching. You have to figure out how to tell the story in the best. You still have to storyboard it, right? Like even illustrators will storyboard. So like that's the stage. That's still the fun stage, surely, of illustrating. Maybe some loved the rendering, but like it's gotta be the storytelling stage, right? The stage where you're figuring out how best to tell the story. Not the, oh, let me make the shadow under his nose just right. You know, like, again, I'm not hating it. I'm not hating on the rendering, by the way. I mean, maybe I am a little bit, but rendering is fine. But like, it doesn't hold a candle to the early stage. Anyway, I'm glad we're all on the same page. Like-minded people here. One of us, yeah. Literally nobody in chat likes, or at least they're too afraid to say now because of everyone who is here just said they like the early stage. And there's that one person, and sorry if it's you, who is like, I like I like the rendering stage, but they keep their hand down because they're afraid to like raise their hand. They're afraid to be the only person. Okay, Drefzilla, there we go. Drefzilla is the dissenting view. Thank you, Drefzilla. I like sketching. Okay. No, there's nothing wrong with rendering. To me, it's... I feel like, I mean, I do like this. I'm rendering today, and I like it. I like it a lot, actually. But even today, some of the most fun parts of stream have been our random tangents about, like, you know, spitballing ideas. Like, what if there were goblins up here, and then these rocks, this rocky slope is, like, you know, beaten down as the goblins stumble down this path, and they, you know, where they ambush their unsuspecting, you know, targets, you know, who are walking by, and like that's something where like we're you know, the shape of the landform might be changed because of the story we're talking about, and so we're doing some design, not much, I mean, this isn't really evident. You would never know from looking at this, but yeah, that's the thing. But between the sketch phase and the renderings phase, all the doubts and expectations creep in, and I want to try over again or different stuff. True. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it for me. Although I don't know if it's doubts so much, but more like I amp myself up. I get excited to like draw something new because I inspired myself to do something different. Okay, I don't like this rock. This rock feels like it would fall down. Right? Let's just make it a big shape here. Go like that. I'm trying to make this feel like it's sort of slopey, like maybe slopes in. Maybe we need some bigger shapes over here. I know we're kind of in the corner of the page, so I don't want to make this a focal point, but maybe some brighter light here. Maybe like that. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's kind of okay. And I just realized I can't read chat. No, I don't know. I like sketching, but it kind of depends. If I'm really happy with the artwork, I like to render. But between sketch phase, the doubts creep in, and you want to try different stuff. Yeah, maybe it's not doubts per se. Yeah, but there definitely is that like one idea leads to another idea, which leads to another, and then before long, you're all pumped up, and you're like, oh, I know what I'm gonna do on my next drawing. I think I just have throughout, you know, the years or like sometimes I hear artists talk about like they just love that stage. They love sitting down and doing details. Like you know, maybe it's because a lot of artists, especially you know, when you start out, a lot of your work is just detailing. And so it's like, well, of course you like detailing. It's the first thing you jump to, but I mean, you know, before you learn that like composition is a thing. You know, it's also this is not hold on. What am I doing here? Goodness me. There we go. In the end, it's not that different. It's just different scale. I think there is a stage of like composition and planning that is not that different from rendering. But I think typically the considerations are quite a bit different, right? Like if you're thinking about story and like big narrative and stuff, yeah, sure it's yeah, I guess there's definitely an argument to be made that like micro compositions and like subtle shape and you know, the literal marks in the rocks could be like subtle storytelling, and you can kind of you know, oh, here's the grass that has grown over a long decade and it's starting to fill the cracks, and like you know, here's the it's sort of a story in and of itself, right? You're telling the story of like the environment and how things are moving, um and so like, oh, this dirt gets lodged down here, and you know, maybe there's been you know, animals that make their homes. So there's these little holes in here, and like, you know, that I guess that's there's an argument to be made there for sure. But I feel like the considerations of big picture stuff is quite different, right? Okay, these shapes are just not looking great. Yeah, they're a little bit indecisive here. I need these shapes to be less mushy. They're very mushy right now. Aren't they? Okay, so maybe this has a lot more texture here, and it's slowly gaining light as it curves. No, it gains light down here because it would curve. And then again, this is story, right? We're talking about the story of the light. How does it curve down here? And this, I mean, this could be like this. Maybe this is... There, maybe like that. Ooh, that's not bad. That's kind of a nice shape. And this shape can go here. It's a little mushy, but I think it's okay. Is that going to be too much of a focal point, though, if I do that? Oh, gosh. What was that one word from the stream a couple streams ago? Sploogy? That's a terrible word. I don't know what that means, but I don't like it. It's not a good word. Let's not. Okay. I'm kind of liking this. So I'm trying to add, like, make these rocks look like there's some form. They kind of have some semblance of shape and like some texture, but like where to texture? I think just the cracks. But like lots of little cracks also. And let's see, I'm trying to think. Like down here, right? Like having little bits of rock and stuff, sort of like a chunky texture. Again, I don't want it to be too chunky because the rest of this isn't. But this is like, I'm trying to do like a very light touch so that this feels like a soft shape, right? I don't want this to feel like hard shapes. Just little bits of texture down here. And then same thing down here, maybe, like little bits of texture. And maybe I can mirror. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well today. And then I can like maybe mirror some of these shapes in some of these background areas. Like, I like this one a lot actually. Although this one should probably have a little bit of. I don't know why this would be so dark here. But I kind of like that there's like this, or maybe it's a dark place like that. That's what it could be. It could be an occluded area. There, we got some shadows. They aren't making it to the insides there. And then here, I'm not going to go as dark, but I do want to mirror, or not mirror, but like kind of mimic some of, whoop, that was the wrong layer. Kind of mimic some of these shapes here. Also, I'm going to add a little bit of lighting back here just to separate this layer from the layer behind it. That's always the nice thing about lighting. Even though this makes no sense, this actually would imply that there's like a light coming in there somehow. But that's okay. Maybe it is. Maybe there's some light back there. And if there was, we could add some light up here and stuff, but I don't think we need to. Anyway, that's kind of fun. I actually feel like this pile of rocks is really solid. Like, you know, I don't want to toot my own horn here, but I think I did a good job. First good job of the day, perhaps. You know, we're on a 3.5 hour stream, 4.5. Finally did it. I'm proud of myself. I'll tell you what. That's which one? This chunk, this whole chunk right here, in the top left. I like. I mean, I don't know if I like the forms, but yeah, the light here hitting them on the side, bouncing into it. You got some warmer light in the shadows, like along here. I think it just it works. It for once my direct lighting feels like it's kind of working. There's like a good maybe not a great amount, but a bit of good amount of light of like softer light that is, you know, kind of mid-tony. I mean, I could probably do more here with like stuff like this, some cast shadows here. But I don't think I need to do much. And then here, maybe the lighting direction could be improved on. You know what you know what I'm thinking of? So, you know how we were talking about the other day and a little bit today, how like the shape of the shadows don't matter that much? I think I'm gonna change my tune here. Not totally, but I think they do a little bit. And the reason I think they do, not because people are gonna notice, right? If you have incorrect lighting, I don't think people are gonna notice that much. If it's really bad, obviously people can notice, and if you're looking for it, like in a critique or something, obviously you can notice it. But I think it's important because it's a like earlier, like story or having a story, it's a choice that you've made that helps you make future decisions. How do I render this rock? Where's the light gonna hit? How do I light it? You know, do I put warm light here or cool light? That matters, right? And so it's not really about are you consistent, but it's more about having that in your head in the initial place so that you can start making those choices because that's how you decide, right? Like it's a yeah, well, it's a compositional concern. It's also just like a, you know, I could paint a million rocks. I can't even come up with how like but so it's not like it's not the inconsistency that people are going to notice. It's the like you can't choose a color even. You can't choose a value if you don't have some knowledge of you know what's the light hitting. Like so it's so yeah, it's like you've got to know the goal or the direction a little bit to even make the choice. But once you make the choice, even if you were to switch your goal a little bit and it was a little wonky, that's fine also probably because no one's gonna really notice. But it still needed that to be there. If I don't know if that makes sense. It makes sense in my head. It makes sense for me. But knowing me, I probably am not wording it very well. But I now that I'm trying to continue, sorry, I'm just stream of consciousness thinking here. But if you continue that thought, right? So it's only important in, not only, but let's just pretend it's only important the lighting, the consistency of, like, for example, having an accurate shadow shape, right? It's only important insofar as, like, you need to know, you need to know what you're painting to know that you need to put a shadow, and it'll help allow you to make shapes that maybe you could make any shape. What shape do you make? Well, let's make the shape of the thing that we're painting, right? Because why not, right? But if it wasn't important, no, I don't know. I'm not sure where I'm going with that. I'm thinking, like, what could you do if you could just sever that thing? I mean, I guess that's where you just play with shape, right? You use shape as, like, you don't worry about the light. You purely worry about the light as a compositional tool. Like, where is it coming from? Or, like, what are the interesting shapes you can play with? Not, is it accurate, right? I guess that's where you would end up. And that's where a lot of people end up. So, never mind. Didn't come across any new knowledge for myself. I feel like some of these rocks here can go a little bit. Also, what is this shape? That's a weird. That's, I don't know. Doesn't need to be there. This can continue down though. Hmm. That's kind of a weird shape too. Maybe not. Maybe we don't want that shape. Gotta be careful with rock shapes. They can look a little funky. Funky looking rocks. That's kind of an okay shape. Maybe a little softer here. And then maybe this is like dirt is filling up this little cavity here. There, that's not bad. So what I'm trying to do right now is just break up these rocks and add, like, cracks that kind of go in, like, a similar wave that aren't too repetitive. These might be too repetitive, actually. But yeah, just trying to add some cracks and stuff that feel like they could naturally exist in here. Because obviously if this is going to be rendered and these are in the foreground should be a little bit rendered. And I don't want the foreground rendering to be worse than or less consistent than the background rendering. Also, I've got to go to the bathroom. I should probably end stream. That's how I decide when to end stream, is when I have to go to the bathroom. No breaks allowed. Just go to the bathroom and end stream. Um, but yeah, no, it is time to end. I probably would have kept painting if I didn't notice I had to go to the bathroom. Does anyone else do the same thing where you lose track of time until it's brought to your attention by, like, oh, I'm hungry. I think I need a break. Oh, I've got to go to the bathroom. I think I need a... I feel like a lot of my art making is that way. Or really just my life is that way. You've also not been doing BRBs? Yeah, I almost never do. I can't remember the last time I mean maybe like making tea or something. Also, this doesn't have a shadow at all. No, something like that. Is that too dark? Sorry, I'm in deep thought here. It's funny, when I put the dark green from here into here, it's so dark. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. It's weird. Something's weird going on. Something funky's happening with my values. The rocks are so detailed now. The purple flowers need a bit lacking in definition. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. No, it's probably not just you. I think a few flowers here and there could definitely go a long way. To like, especially right here in the foreground. Figuring out how I want to approach the purple flowers. I mean, so the type of flowers these were are basically very, very tiny. So even if it's like a fairly close, it's basically just dots. But I do think I can have some like of the green around it and the plants and leaves, and it's and yeah, maybe like yeah, basically just dots, but they're dots maybe like in little clusters that are more shaped, you know, designed intentionally. And it's funny that you said purple because they're totally not. They're technically blue. No, I know. Obviously, I know exactly what you mean. They are purple. They're purple flowers, but the hue is almost more blue. It's just it reads as. I mean, it's kind of purple, violet. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. They're actually closer to teal than they are like this purple right here. The hue of this color is closer to teal than it is to purple. Right? It's on the edge of light blue and dark blue. Violet is even more purple than purple. Oh, right, this is violet. Yeah, that's violet. Lavender. So this is okay. But anyway, it's just funny because like in my brain it's not. In fact, this might be a time where I do something like this. I go saturation and I pick a color or saturate it and I go boom, saturation. Crazy overload. Obviously, I'm not going to do that to my painting. But I could come in here. Okay, hold on, let's undo this. I could come in here and like a few highlights of saturation just to make it vibrate. Probably not there. Maybe like right in here. This is also the question where I should be like, where do I put these, right? Do I put these in the shadows or do I put them in the highlights? And I'm thinking in the shadows, actually, now that I'm talking it through. Because these, right here, right, are blown out in the highlights, and the detail is in the shadows. So I think I should do consistency and put more of the vibrancy in the shadows than in the highlights. I mean, it's fine to have some highlights or colors in here, obviously. Also, what's with this neon green? Did I really need that? Probably not. This might be the wrong choice. For my goals, I guess. Wrong choice for my stated goals. It's kind of just like wiggling my brush around. I'm not really like doing anything crazy here. Just kind of adding some... This stuff, this grass stuff is like a dead, it doesn't really look dead, but this yellow is like a dead grass. It's kind of in bundles, flopped on the side of the road, or not the road, but the path. I actually, in real life, it might be a result of mowing. But in this, obviously, it's not. I just think it's a cool color and texture. It's neat to outline some of this stuff. I think it's neat to outline some of this purpley stuff, or these flowers, with some of these colors. Does that add texture? I think it does. Okay, so this doesn't need to have detail, but I do want to add a little bit of light yellow back here, because otherwise it, just for continuity's sake. There. I like that. That's fun. And again, very, very soft. Also, my resolution on this is not that big. I should do more, like, rock studies. I know this isn't really... This is kind of a study. Like, I have references, and, you know, I'm sort of just applying them randomly to different parts of this. And I've looked at them a bit to, like, try to understand how to paint these things and sort of think about... Honestly, in some ways, this is more of like a brushwork exercise. Like, the mileage that I'm gaining here is less... I mean, there is some consideration towards rock shape. So I like thinking about the rock shapes a lot. But the brushwork is, in some ways, it's like me trying to make soft shapes and hard shapes and figure out how I want to approach it. And I feel like I'm getting some good mileage there. Like little dark pockets of where the shadows, where the sun don't shine. And then you get little less pockety pockets that are a little bit softer, where you do get a little sun shining. So like a little bit lighter on here, but it's very subtle, and because it's a round form, it's not going to be a hard shape. So you get some light parts here. Like, some rocks are round, right? So you have form shadows. Like, you know, like if this were a round rock, for example, it would look like this, right? Like you'd have, this would go, it'd be a round shadow. And so I can I'm sort of designing my shapes. Some of them are hard edges, like this might be a hard edge because maybe it's a cut rock or like broken, or maybe it has a soft edge like this where it curves the form. And it's kind of fun to go in and decide which rocks are going to be these like chiseled shapes and which ones aren't. And maybe that what you do depends on where it is in the painting and how much focus you want it to draw, or how much attention. Anyway, I think it's quite fascinating stuff. But like, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have these jagged edges here, because none of these rocks have those edges. Hey, Cold Case of Creativity, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. Hope the day is going. Speaking of going, you're popping in right at the end. I'm getting a little tired. Good, man. Oh, that's good. Glad to hear it. Glad you're doing well. Yeah, my day's going pretty good. I'm just kind of hanging out and painting a lot of rocks, which is nice. I haven't done like a render stream like this in a long time. Okay, let me take a break now and save. And then I'm going to merge all of everything I did today in there. So this is what we did today. I'd say that's a big change. Look at that. So we went from here, which is the start of stream, and I didn't like that this thing was just like random trees and the scale felt weird. I cut down the whole forest. And I reshaped basically all of the rocks in the foreground. You know, I don't know if it was the right choice. I flattened out the perspective a little bit, or the ground plane. Right, I kind of flattened out the ground plane a bit. In fact, this light here is almost could be this bright. No, I don't think so. Really dramatic, yeah, very dramatic change. I didn't feel like the landform back here made the rest of it less. It made it more confusing. And I felt this little ridge in here should have been rock, so I made it more rock. I don't know if I like the form that I chose here. Like, for example, I probably could have gone like this a little bit to make it a bit more slopey. I don't know. I might have made it a little bit more stiff, to be honest. I don't know. I'll have to sleep on it again. Maybe I'll do a third render stream. I see the slope. Yeah, I mean, there's a dynamism, right? Where like you get this nice slope here, whereas this feels a little bit more static. This, right, in this one, the slope is like, you know, it kind of goes way up here and then it comes down, and you can kind of, I feel like you can feel the movement a little more. Whereas this one, I feel like I've flattened it out just a hair. It's not bad. Yeah, not so parallel. True. I think I could probably raise some of these rocks, maybe. Like that. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe what I'll do is I'll add one layer of overlap like that. So these rocks this one here will be a little bigger and a little more forward. So like this can be a shadow. Like that or something. So now this is a rock in front of these other two rocks. Something like that. That actually works pretty well. I like how I'm redesigning my painting at the literally last minute of stream. Because, yeah, I'm totally ending stream. But no, I think it's funny. It's funny to go back, you know, and sort of revisit your vision. I mean, note to self in your process, or at least in my process, what I'm going to do now is try to more often go back to my thumbnail. I mean, go back to your thumbnail or your earlier sketch where you had your vision kind of planned out, and see if you've deviated too far. And I don't know if I've deviated too far, but I think that maybe adds some variety. Also, I like how I'm just painting on one layer here. See, I think that gets rid of the parallel lines a bit, doesn't it? I think that's actually better now, because now this line isn't as parallel. This one I think is fine. I think that one's fine. We could probably go like this too. But then I think it's getting a bit harsh in there. Anyway, I think that's good. All right, we're gonna end stream here. I haven't been Cold Case of Creativity says I haven't been motivated much lately in the painting. I did design some MLK t-shirts and did some prints for your grandma's group. Oh, that's cool. The MLK shirts were for the school. Oh, nice. That's neat. Ooh. I like it. You're more than welcome to drop the links in Discord, but for now, I am going to end stream, so thanks for everyone who hung out. If you're on YouTube, thanks for watching. Thanks for being here in the VOD and all that, or at the live stream if you made it. I stream Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, so next stream will be a Thursday. Same time as always, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Last couple days I went a little late, so we've gone, instead of our normal 4 hours, we've gone 5. But you know what? I don't think we're going to go 5 hours next time because we're probably going to start a new painting. So this one, I don't think we're going to render more. I might try to render throughout the week on this. If I don't, maybe I'll start the stream with an hour of rendering and then we'll move into thumbnails. But I think we're going to do more sketching and planning. So yeah, this one was fun. Definitely a fun piece. I have actually an idea, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. So maybe if any of you are here next stream, say, yo, you said you had an idea that you want to talk about, and then maybe ask me about it, and I'll remember. But yeah, I don't want to get too much into that, but I do have an idea that maybe this painting could be a part of something. So I'll see. So anyway, take care, everybody. Thank you so much for being here.